Hello everyone, I just wanted to pop in and say that if you are a regular viewer of my channel and you're watching this right now, you might be a little bit confused about what this video is, and that's okay. I just wanted to make a big compilation of all my previous house videos slammed into one big long video for those of you who want me to keep you company while you clean your house or work on a long crafting project or, dare I say it, procrastinate at work. Maybe you are also renovating your own house and you want to have something on while you spend hours and hours prepping a room for paint or tearing out walls. Whatever the case, this is all material in this video that you have seen in previous episodes, but just compiled into a longer format for those of you who prefer this style. So with that being said, let's jump right into the whole house journey from the very beginning. Well, it's day one and is already hitting the fan because we have a lovely leak. The first plumber that I had in here said he had never seen a radiator explode with such force. Hello friends, and welcome to my humble abode. No, literally, I know I've dressed it up to look quite fancy in here, but that's only because I'm hiding my crumbling foundation and my drafty windows just off frame. If you're new here, I'm Shannon Makes, starry-eyed old house enthusiast by day, circus artist by night, and welcome to what is the first real episode of this charming old house series where I try to renovate and restore this 120-year-old house that I bought in Nova Scotia. You're about to witness our first couple days in this house back when I didn't even know where half of the rooms were. And then where's the attic access on this side? It is. Oh, is it not here? There's not one here?
It's in the bathroom.
Right, funny, okay. Now remember, I bought this house sight unseen, so this is literally my first time setting foot in the actual house, and I have to admit that the first day or so of filming was definitely a bit rough. There was just so much to do. I remember it being a whirlwind of non-stop activity, but then I went back and looked at the footage and was like, holy cow, how did we even fit it all in? So to make up for the lack of coherent narration on day one, we decided to sit down on the morning of day two to summarize. It's gonna have to do.
What's happening?
Things went so fast yesterday, I feel like I didn't film anything for you guys.
Yeah. Oh, we got, after 7 trips to the hardware store, we got working sump pump. We were able to drain 90% of the water in the basement.
Because yes, surprise, there's water in our basement. This was a complete surprise to me too, because when the real estate agent toured the house for me, the basement was dry.
It is dirt floor. Not terribly wet, but yeah, like a dirt damp floor.
So yeah, as you see, no water. Cue us arriving at, 9 p.m. after having driven some 14 hours from Montreal to discover several inches of standing water in the basement. Now, we'd already been warned that the whole basement smelled strongly of animal feces, plus through a misunderstanding with the city, the electricity hadn't been turned on for half of the house, leaving us to explore almost entirely in the dark. Truly, truly nightmare fuel. And one of the first things that became clear to us was that we are going to have to tackle both drying out and then emptying out that basement.
Okay, so here is, you see there's like 2-3 inches of water here. So this side is completely flooded. But you don't see it, but there's a sub pump there. And its pipe goes all the way up here and outside the house. So my guess is this just needs power. I see its power going there and down here.
So that first pump didn't work, and neither did the 4 or 5 others that we found laying around the basement rusted. So we had to go buy a new one and then dig a hole for it to sit in, which is also the moment we discovered that our basement is actually concrete. There is actually a slab under there. It's just sitting under several inches of sludge, all of which will eventually have to be carted out of there by yours truly.
So we installed the sub pump. Most of the water is drained in the basement.
That's a lot of water.
And to dig a hole so I can put the pump lower to get all the water. Next step is to maybe jackhammer something, a bit of the concrete to be able to really sunk that pump. And we also found a pipe that's meant to drain the water, but it seems to be clogged. So we might have to hire somebody to come and
Clear it out.
check that pipe all the way down to the street.
We did not solve the mystery of the pouring ceiling. Well, it's day one and shit is already hitting the fan because we have a lovely leak.
Yeah, when we use a sink, the ceiling pisses on us.
Ah, yes, another charming feature of our house that we discovered. Yay, we now have running water, but we also have running water. And I feel like I might need to catch everybody up on the contractor situation because I'd had a few professionals come out to the house both before and after I made an offer on it, all long distance, of course. I was in Montreal, they were in Nova Scotia, and one of the things I made sure to do was I paid a plumber to come out, get the water turned on in the house, and jerry-rig some temporary plumbing to the downstairs bathroom so that when we arrived, we at least had a working toilet and sink. Everything else could be figured out later, but we needed just some very basic running water if we were gonna be staying in the house while we worked on it. So yeah, running water, but also water running out of our ceiling.
No idea what's up with that, so we're gonna have to open the ceiling and just go from the basement water line and just visually check where the water is coming from and why. Because now we had the plumber emergency set up a bathroom and sink, so we can do dishes and wash our hands, but now we can't do that. Well, we can, and we do, but every time we do it pisses.
So then we also got the hot water heater.
Yeah,
so that hopefully we can have hot water and a shower at some point in the future.
So we still don't have a shower, and so the plumber told us just go buy a cheap secondhand $50 water heater, and then we can finagle a temporary hot water solution in the house until we do the actual heating system all the way.
So that's exactly what I did. I hopped on Facebook Marketplace, something which is going to be a running theme in this renovation, I can already tell, and got incredibly lucky, managed to find a hot water heater both available that same day and not too far away. David. David bought a house to fix up and it came with a water heater he didn't need because he already had one of his own. Obviously, it's a bit risky to get a used water heater, but he was very upfront about the fact that he knew nothing about its condition and even offered an option to bring it back if it didn't work. It seemed very genuine and honest, and also we really needed hot water, so we decided it was worth the risk. Hopefully we can have hot water and a shower at some point in the future. That's going to be on hold until the basement's in much better shape though. The plumber came and all the contractors came and told us what the heck we needed to do. It was kind of honestly better than we anticipated for the most part, minus the new foundation that we might need.
Yeah.
So one of the first things I did on day one was to call a general contractor. This one was suggested to me by my realtor, and he came over and brought his plumber and then later his electrician. And we spent a couple hours walking all around the house, looking at the various problems we're facing and discussing potential solutions, timeframes, and budgets. Oh, budgets. But one of the main outcomes of this discussion was actually a massive change in plans for the heating of the house.
Before buying the house, we had the contractor telling us that we should install mini splits, heat pumps outside with overhead heating and conditioning, and electric baseboard. And the plumber and contractor we had today told us it was a terrible idea. Electricity was way too expensive to put electric baseboard, so we might go with hot water baseboard instead.
Now, reminder for those of you who haven't seen the previous video, the whole reason I was able to afford this house was because the pipes froze last winter and exploded, completely ruining pretty much all of the original cast iron radiators in the house and leaving us with a dire need for a new heating system, both just for our own comfort, but also for insurance purposes. Honestly, I was not in love with the mini split idea to begin with. I hated that concept.
Me either.
It does not go at all with the feel of the house. I mean, I would have loved to keep the radiators, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but we'll show you B-roll of what we're looking at.
It's rough.
Yeah, they gave up on life.
The first plumber that I had in here before we bought the house said he had never seen a radiator explode with such force.
Yeah,
just to give an idea.
So
So then while you were in here talking with the plumber, I went outside with Jason, who's doing all of the roofing and exterior, that's his thing, and we looked at the siding right here on the corner because we're missing a huge chunk of siding. Also, we have no flashing for part of the roof.
Yeah.
So that's just creating a really bad water situation. Also, there's no gutters here or on the other side of the kitchen, so all the rain is just coming off the roof and going right down to the foundation.
And Jason, the contractor, told us he would come back and patch the few shingles on the roof and work a bit on the really bad flashing, install the extra gutter just to stop anything that's bad temporarily, and then we can try to dry the house once the heating is done.
We discovered we have a door in our bathroom
And we have to stop.
that leads nowhere, and we have to stop. So that was basically day one. To recap, we arrived, walked around our house for the first time, found a roofer, a plumber, an electrician, started drying out the basement, discovered a massive leak, located a cheap water heater, and came one step closer to finalizing the plan for how to heat this house. Plus, we also filmed that house tour you watched last week, so not too bad for a day's work. Now, as you might have noticed, in all of these clips, we're walking around outside in shorts and t-shirts. It appears to be summer. Let me remind you that this house is in Nova Scotia, where it is very much winter right now. These clips were filmed last summer when I first bought the house, and they're only just now making their public debut. But my patrons have known about this house for well over 6 months and have been getting fairly regular updates on the progress. So if you're impatient and you want to know more about the house, you'd like a little bit more of an inside scoop, or maybe you'd just like to support this massive endeavor that I've decided to tackle, the link to my Patreon is in the description. But for now, on to day 2 at this lovely beast of a house. The good news is that the ceiling is no longer pouring water. We have managed to get that to stop. The bad news is that we might not have a foundation under half of our house. Fun. Hi, my name's Shannon, and I just bought a house that has some foundation issues, and I've heard you're the one to call. This is the foundation guy that our contractor suggested calling, and after a short tour of the property, he actually recommended that we talk to a second guy who was not immediately available. So we called him, but then we also did some exploration of ourselves, mainly trying to figure out what was the foundation situation under the newer addition of the house where the kitchen and the mudroom are. But this exploration got cut short by the arrival of the 16-foot dumpster that I'd ordered.
So dumpster is arriving in half an hour. We gotta clear that shit. Let's do it.
I did find wild strawberries. Yeah. Canella ate some already. As you might have noticed, the dumpster did not in fact fit behind the house, so it went on the side instead, but that's fine. We've still got good access, and we didn't lose any time before starting to fill it up with the contents of the basement. Now, I know you haven't seen the basement yet, or in the words of my realtor,
Go down to the horror film.
so let's do a quick walkthrough now before we start emptying it out. Highlights from my realtor include
There's a couple old antique doors in that corner that look quite cute. 37 bicycles. It's like a Tim Hortons commercial.
Looking back at this footage, I had forgotten just how bad it was. It was like this nightmarish twist on Antiques Roadshow where everything is just covered in mud and sludge. There's so much stuff down here, and while some of it was really nice antiques, a lot of it was just garbage, and it was hard to tell which was which. Some of it would definitely have been nice antiques if it hadn't been stored in a soaking wet, humid basement for God knows how long. So if you'll remember, the house is split in 2 apartments, which meant 2 heating systems. Plus, the man who used to own the house was, as it turns out, a plumber. So there were heating units, furnaces, water boilers, and pipes everywhere you turned in here, and I'm still not sure how we're gonna get some of it out of there. There was so much garbage on the floor and piled up on every surface, and it was so bad that there were parts of the basement that were completely unreachable, both by us and by our building inspector, which let's just say that came back to bite us a bit later. Sprinkled here and there were items that looked like diamonds in the rough, like this mantelpiece or this pile of antique doors, which thankfully had been stored on the drier side of the basement. We still had no power to the wet half of the house, so there were only a couple small windows letting in light. Basically, it was dark, wet, gross, and full of mystery. So now that you've seen what we're dealing with, it was time to get to work emptying it out.
Bicycles.
Anyone who's been here a while knows that I love to save and repurpose other people's garbage. Heck, I have entire videos just on dumpster diving and raiding the streets of Montreal, but with the scale of this house project, I really needed to focus on the task at hand and try not to save everything that I pulled out of the basement. Like this clearly broken and rundown lamp. Just watch the internal struggle right here as I tell myself I don't have time or energy to refurbish it. So that's day 2 in a nutshell. You'll get a sneak peek at all the excitement that day 3 had in store for us in a second, but first, a Patreon question for everyone. And I chose this one because I actually got a lot of patrons asking about it, and it does play a large role in how we're approaching the work here. So people mainly wanted to know if I'm keeping it as a single family home or splitting it back up into 2 units, and if so, why? Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to pause this question right here because I need to preface the answer I'm about to give with some context, because I got so many comments in last week's video about this main wall right here, you know, the one running the entire length of the house and effectively splitting it into 2 units. Now, some of you were genuinely curious if it was original to the house or not, and definitely a bit hopeful that if it wasn't, maybe I would tear it out. Perhaps fueled by Titanic-filled images of a grand sweeping staircase in the entryway, which, I mean, I have to admit that would be a stunning image, but it would also be an absolute bear to heat in the winter. However, some of you were just flat out telling me as a cold, hard fact, without ever having stepped foot in the house or looked under a single floorboard, that the wall was not and could not be original to the house, and that I should absolutely get rid of it because houses just weren't constructed like that back then. It wasn't a thing. And to those people, I have to ask, who gave you the keys to our house? Who let you tear up the floorboards to see how this building was constructed? Obviously no one, because here's the thing, I have seen inside these walls, and I know how both the stairs and the wall were constructed. And no, it's not just like one giant staircase that somebody just plopped a wall on top of and split it into 2 things. It is, in fact, part of the original structure of the house. So no, there will be no opening it up. The wall is staying, it is original, and also, please stop breaking into my house. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get back to the original question. And the answer is that we're not 100% sure what the long-term goal for the house would be. Literally, I saw the house, absolutely fell in love with it, and knew that it would probably be demolished if, you know, to make way for new construction if I didn't buy it. So I just kind of leapt in without a fully fleshed out plan, which I understand it sounds so naive, but I assure you it's not as stupid as it sounds. I talked with my realtor before purchasing it, and I also looked at the demographics of the area, and there is a rental housing shortage here. My realtor was very confident that we wouldn't have any trouble renting it out once it was, you know, habitable. And I know there's gonna be skeptics out there saying, of course your realtor is saying that. He wants you to buy the house. No. He actually quasi tried to talk me out of it at several steps along the way, just checking in, asking, you know, are you sure you want to do this? You don't have to purchase it. If anything you see in the inspection is, you know, you're not comfortable with it. So he was very much on my side, and I do know, because talking with him, that I should be able to rent out half of it fairly easily, and that is the current plan simply because it's not financially viable for me any other way. I know people think that YouTube makes a ton of money, but honestly, I'm still a very small channel. It really doesn't. I didn't buy this house with YouTube money. My parents didn't buy it for me. Like, maybe I can do a whole nother video where I get into the financials later, but for now, trust me when I say that I bought it with my own hard-earned cash. And if you'll recall from all of my intros, I am a self-employed freelance artist, so it's not like I have a lot of cash just laying around, and the ability to rent out half of the house was literally the only reason I could afford to purchase it. Now, with that said, I would actually love to have something more along the lines of a short-term rental situation, Airbnb, or maybe just a normal B&B. I don't know yet. I think it would be amazing to be able to actually like really go in and decorate all of the rooms and rent them out fully furnished and decorated. I think it would be really fun to keep it as a single family house, and to some extent the layout actually does work way better as a single family home. Maybe I can get into that in a future video, but for now I just can't afford it. So that's the answer to that question. And if you have a burning question you would like to ask, you can head over to my Patreon and ask one there. I'll be answering one per week, more or less, just trying to give everyone a little bit more insight into the house, maybe clarifying things that weren't obvious or touching on topics that I just didn't think to mention in the videos. So feel free to head on over there and leave me a question. But for now, time to move this water heater. Wish us luck. Let's see how it goes. Not that I don't enjoy going to my realtor's house for the occasional shower, but it would be great to be able to do things like wash dishes and our hands. A absolutely free antique couch, which very much fits the aesthetic of this house. We're gonna see if we can get this window open, because if we can, it would save us so much time. Well, that's not promising. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next video. Hello friends, and welcome back to my charming yet decrepit 120-year-old house here in Nova Scotia that I'm slowly trying to save and restore. If you're new here, I'm Shannon Makes, hopeless house romantic by day, circus artist by night. And we've got a busy day ahead of us, so let's just hop right in, shall we? All right, friends, day 3 here at the house, and it's gonna be a busy one. We've got a lot of things on the schedule to do today. So first up was originally going to be building a base for our water heater down in the basement, our new water heater, so that hopefully we can get that installed in the next few days and be able to take some showers in this house. Not that I don't enjoy going to my realtor's house for the occasional shower, but it would be great to be able to do things like wash dishes and our hands in hot water. So that was originally going to be first up on the list, but then doing my ritual morning scroll through Facebook Marketplace and Kijiji, I came across this, which is a absolutely free antique couch, which very much fits the aesthetic of this house. Plus, actually, at the moment, we have nowhere to really sit other than this room, which I've kind of cleaned up, and the bed, but it's the bed's not ideal for lounging. Not that I'm going to be doing a whole lot of lounging, but at the same time, it would be nice to have somewhere to sit and drink my coffee in the morning or read my book, which I'm currently working on. At the moment, we are partway through the Alice Network. Really enjoying it so far. If you've been here a while, you've probably seen my video about the phenomenon that is Montreal's moving day, the one day a year where over 70,000 households change apartment on the same day, leading to absolute chaos in the streets and on the sidewalks, a dream day for a dumpster diver like myself. If that concept intrigues you, I highly recommend you go watch the video. I'll be sure to link it down below. It's just a fun little snapshot of Montreal. You can learn a bit more about the concept of moving day and how it came to be that everybody changes leases on the same day. Plus, you'll get to see all the fun treasures I picked up off the streets for the bargain price of free $99. This year's moving day provided a lot of useful items for the house, like the kitchenware we're eating off of, a bunch of renovation material, several several towels and rags, and all of the books that I brought with me, including this one. We don't have Wi-Fi at the house and my data plan is quite small, so I've been reading every night before bed, which has been really relaxing, and it's been super fun to dive into these books that I selected based purely on the fact that they were free on the streets of Montreal. I'll be sure to give a little review of this one once I finish it, but for now, let's check out that couch. I saw that couch and it was free and I was like, let's go see if we can fit it in my little car. So that's the game plan today. I'm gonna finish my coffee and then we're gonna go get a sofa. Cross your fingers that it fits in my car. So that is actually what we're gonna do first thing this morning. Gonna go down, see if it fits. Then we're gonna work on the base for the water heater, try to get that raised up so that if the basement does flood again, it won't reach the bottom of the water heater and corrode that out. So couch is done and in the house, and next thing we're trying to figure out the water heater situation.
If you want to put this one here and put the ugly one in the basement. There's this one that's hidden too. There's 1, 2, 3. This one looks nice and solid. Strong like bull.
Oh, I do not have the right shoes on for this. So instead of changing shoes, I decided to let Phil work in the basement while I searched for some gravel to go under that giant paver, both to raise it up off the ground, but also to level it out because the basement floor is really uneven. Like I said last video, we discovered it is a concrete floor, but it's very homemade and it's super uneven and bumpy. Luckily, I guess, we have a section of our backyard where a giant pile of gravel has sort of spilled off of the road above it and into our yard. So I decided to go harvest some of that. Where do you want to put it?
Okay.
Let's do it.
That's way too low on this side.
Number 2. All right, time to move this water heater. Moving straps. Aha! Ugh. Of course they closed this in the most annoying way possible. Ooh, I should be sponsored by this glove company. Time to move a water heater. Wish us luck. Let's see how it goes. These gloves are good for claps. Alright, how heavy is this thing?
It's a bit heavy, especially the bottom because of the sludge.
Do you want to go downstairs?
Yes.
So I'll stay
I
at the
have
top?
to be down.
Okay. Nice! Wow, look at that! We have a water tank. We're so fancy now. For those of you who are keeping score at home, so far today we've gotten a free couch and used our own hardscaping to make a free platform for our incredibly cheap water heater. Speaking of that water heater, I woke up that morning to this, the sweetest message from David checking in on the water heater he sold us and wishing us well in our renovations, which was just such a refreshing change from being in Montreal where it's very anonymous. You purchase something secondhand and then never hear from them ever again. So I just thought it was very thoughtful, and of course I responded, even offered to help out at his place if he ever needed some spare hands. So what was next on the schedule? And then the rest of the day is probably going to be spent trying to get the house ready for the home energy assessment that should be happening this afternoon. Not entirely sure what all that entails. I'm very intrigued actually to see what that process is going to be. But they do need access to the entire house to be able to correctly perform this assessment, which includes crawl spaces, which we don't have, but basement and attic. And right now the basement is navigable. The attic is not. So we're basically going to try and clear some path in the attic for them to move around in, and then also probably start emptying some of that stuff into the dumpster that's out front. A super quick word about the home energy assessment. Basically, the Canadian government, both on the national and provincial level, offer a variety of rebates to homeowners who make improvements to their home that increase its energy efficiency. Now, our house is both very energy inefficient and we're very broke and could very much use some rebates. So sign me right up. And the very first step in the program is having an engineer come out to your house to assess where it's at right now, what its base level is in different aspects of energy efficiency. Spoiler alert, ours is probably on the ground in every single aspect. So the water heater is all installed in the basement. It is ready to go, ready to be connected to some hot water whenever our plumber has a moment to swing by and help us do that. So the next thing on the agenda is going to be clearing out the attic so that the home energy assessment people have access to it to see what they need to see. But the easiest way to do that would be to try and get this window here open, because that's the window the dumpster is right outside of. And if we can get this open, that means that we can only have to carry everything from the attic down one flight of stairs instead of 2 flights of stairs, which would be amazing. It would save us so much time and energy. But the problem is that a lot of the windows in this house just don't open. They've been painted shut or they've been silicone shut. So we're gonna see if we can get this window open, because if we can, it would save us so much time. Oh wow, that is so crooked. How you guys doing? Let's try that. That'll work. Okay, cool. Let's try this. Well, that's not promising. Not looking good. Not looking good. Very not promising. Phil? Can you bring up a hammer? Just trying to coax this window open. Because right now the paint is sealed to this. I did manage to, okay, I can see it flexing on this side now. We could try the same thing on this side.
Grab a blade up here.
Yes.
There we go. Do the side here, a little paint cutting action.
Woo! Alright. Yeah, that opens. So unfortunately, after all that work to open the sash, the screen behind it wasn't even operational. Like, it was just a permanently installed mosquito screen without the ability to open or be removed, which was definitely unfortunate, but it actually led to another interesting discovery when Phil went looking for alternative windows to throw junk out of. So cool. You suppose that means the other one does it?
Probably.
That's so cool.
Not in the attic, I don't think.
No,
but
no.
Maybe, honestly, maybe.
That's cool. Well, no go on the window, but at least now we have a little more airflow. Still gonna be hauling shit down 2 flights of stairs though. All right, friends, attic time.
Oh, it's gonna be nice and warm here.
Have we seen the attic yet? I feel like we haven't seen the attic yet. So first, I'm gonna give you a quick tour, but let's check in real quick with my realtor to see what Jeff had to say about it.
So much stuff up here. It's cool though.
He's not wrong. The space is both huge and completely filled with stuff. The attic is the size of the entire house and all of it is standing height or higher, although as you can see, it's completely uninsulated and unfinished. But honestly, there's so much potential up here to one day do something amazing with it. I'm not sure what it is I'm gonna do with it. Could it be a crafting space, a gaming room, an opium den? Maybe I keep the giant concrete pool table and host wild, unhinged game nights and parties. I don't know. What would you do with this space? Let me know what you would do with a giant house-sized, unheated, uninsulated attic full of antiques, which I promise we will sort through in great detail eventually, but for now we have to clear enough space to safely walk through it.
Oh my god, that's cast iron.
Wow.
Tape dispenser, that's like 10 solid pounds.
Wow.
Really works well.
Yeah.
Look. You can see my hammer. I can see outside there. This doesn't look stuck at all, actually.
Oh yeah. Here, you wanna give me a hand? I'm gonna pry while you lift. 12, 13. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So we got the windows opened and then basically just cleared out a tiny little path from one section of the attic, hoping that it was gonna be enough for the inspector to see what they needed to see. And fortunately it was, because that was all we had time to do before she showed up. So like I said, the home energy assessment is sort of taking a measure of where your house is currently as a baseline and assessing what improvements it qualifies for. And the inspector both makes the assessments, but then also sits down with you and goes over what course of action or improvements they think you should make to make the best use of these rebates. It's a fairly intricate program with lots of fussy ins and outs regarding what you do and don't qualify for and how you have to submit your paperwork, but it has the potential to help ease some of the financial burden of getting a house more weather tight. It was all very informative and enlightening, but by the end we were kind of seeing a bit cross-eyed, so we followed the meeting up with something a bit more lighthearted and carefree. On the way back home, we stopped to pick up a fridge because remember, we arrived in the house and the only appliance on the premises was an oven. But before that happens, I wanted to answer a Patreon question. So Ciara Woody wants to know if we are planning on converting the coal fireplaces, one of which you can see behind us, into wood or gas, or if we're just gonna leave them as decorative. And the answer to that is, I don't know. Now, I do know that I love wood fireplaces. I have used them before indoors, so I know that they can be a hassle, they require maintenance and cleaning, but I still love them. I love the smell, the sound, the heat, but the problem is that these fireplaces are built for coal. So they're really tall, they're narrow, and they're very, very shallow. And that's just because the nature of coal, it burns hotter and slower than wood. So if we were going to use the same exact fireplace, even assuming that the chimney and everything would all be up to code and correct, we would basically have to chop that wood into tiny pieces and then basically keep the fire fed constantly. So that's not ideal. Then there's the fact that the chimney is ancient. It for sure doesn't have a liner. I don't know what condition it's in, and it would be a huge added expense, which at this point, it just feels so frivolous. Although, you know, we're looking down the road, right? So down the road, we have other options. At the moment, turning it into a gas fireplace is not an option just because the natural gas lines do not extend to our residence. There is a little bit of natural gas in the area, but it doesn't come this far. Unfortunately, because I would love to have a gas stove. So gas is not currently an option. Wood doesn't seem to be an option. Electric fireplaces, definitely an option, for sure the easiest and cheapest, but honestly, electric fires, they just fall flat for me. Another option that I had considered briefly, because again, this is many, many months and years down the road, possibly the option of putting a little wood burning stove or similar unit into the fireplace. That could be an option. You would have the benefit of actually being able to burn real wood, but it would probably take some substantial like renovations to that area, and you know, it has to be much deeper. I'm not sure. So I have not looked into the logistics of it, but it would be amazing to make the fireplaces work in some way, shape, or form, but it's so far from now, and it's also probably so expensive that I don't have any immediate plans to do anything like that. However, if you have experience with turning similar fireplaces in your properties into usable ones, please feel free to let me know how that turned out for you. If you have suggestions on how I could make my wood burning fireplace a reality, that would make me so, so happy. I have always wanted a wood burning fireplace in my house, so please let me know in the comments down below. Okay, that answers that, so now let's go get a fridge.
29.5, where are we at? From number 2 to number 2. If we push the seat forward a bit, the whole thing is gonna fit inside.
It was so nice to have a fridge in the house, although we actually weren't able to use it until the next morning. But even so, just knowing that we could go out and buy cream for our coffee and real food, fresh veggies and actual meat, that was a very good feeling. We have a fridge, we have a couch, we almost have hot water. We're basically living in the lap of luxury. There's really kind of only one thing that we don't have. Plus, also at some point today, we should be having somebody from the city come to hook up the power in the other half of the house because, as I mentioned, we only have power in this half, which is fine, except that the other half of the basement is the worst half. It's the one that's flooded, has the most damage, and the most soggy stuff to be moved out and thrown in the dumpster, but we don't have any lights, so we're currently working with like our phones and some tiny little LED flashlights, so that would be really fun to get some power in there. So perhaps you already guessed it, but the power did not get turned on. There was some confusion about which type of meter we had, and so apparently nobody came out, which then meant we had to spend a solid half an hour on the phone trying to straighten that whole situation out. Most of it was spent on hold. So we decided to multitask. This is the first of many, many cleanings that each floor will have to have. When the pipes burst, all the radiators exploded, leaving this black residue on every surface, but especially on the floors. And because they burst in every single room, there's black powder all over the house, every single floor. So we've just decided to try and tackle it one room at a time, but it's also very clear that this is gonna take several washings to get all the residue up. No time to start like the present though, especially when the present involves being on hold with the power company.
Hi, thank you for holding.
Yes.
So what I was just talking to my supervisor about is, so because it's an all meter, what we normally do is like I said, you just book it at least 2 business days in advance.
Yeah.
And we do have the option of priority booking, like the next day for a new or an older meter, sorry. So the next business day would be Monday.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
So no power for now, but that's okay. They are scheduled to come out on Monday, which of course we called on a Friday, so we still have to go the whole weekend without power on that half of the house. But you know what? We've got a fridge. We almost have hot water. Heck, we even have pocket windows. Our spirits will not be subdued. So even though we kind of bounced around in between a lot of things, it was actually a very productive day. If we look at our running to-do list, written of course on the back of whatever it was that was lining our leaky kitschy ceiling, we can cross a few things off of that list. Be sure to check back in for next week. We'll be diving into our attic, as you'll see in a second here. And if you are starting to fall in love with this house in the same way that I did, and you'd like to support the massive task of restoring her, I have both a Patreon and a Coffee page, which is also where you can leave me a question for next week's video. I'm really enjoying getting the questions and just seeing what everybody is curious about the house, so be sure to keep them coming. And without further ado, let's peek ahead and see what's in store for the next episode. Hello everyone, and welcome to my 120-year-old fixer-upper here in Nova Scotia. If you're new here, I'm Shannon Makes, adventurous homeowner by day, circus artist by night, and I've just purchased this house not only sight unseen, but also as is, meaning it came packed to the gills with antiques, treasures, and a ton of garbage. Last week we brought in a 16-foot dumpster and started filling it up with the contents of our basement, but it turns out that I've bought a hoarder's sandwich, so to speak, because the attic is also absolutely jam-packed with things, and those things need to be sorted through, which is exactly what we're gonna do in this video. Now, some of it is gorgeous antiques and architectural salvage, but there is also admittedly just a lot of junk. Now, nobody wants to be carrying an entire attic's worth of garbage down 3 flights of stairs though, so in the name of working smart rather than hard, we started looking for other options, and honestly, defenestration. I feel like it gets a bad rap, but there is absolutely a time and a place for some good old defenestration. Since we weren't 100% successful in opening up that window yesterday, well, that's not promising. We do have a plan B. That is, we were able to get one of the attic windows open, so instead we're just going to be dropping things 3 stories instead of 2. It's gonna be landing in our backyard, and then from there it's just a short haul to take it from the backyard over into the dumpster. I think that's going to save us a lot of time and energy, so let's get up into the attic. Oh, it is definitely way nicer up here this morning than yesterday. Just temperature-wise.
I have a phone. It's missing the components, but...
Huh.
Yeah, the handle would have been here.
So cool.
Then you pick up from here, you listen.
So the plan's gonna be to empty this section out here so we can throw everything out that window.
And make this our sorting section.
Yeah.
We keep, we throw.
Well, throw out the window.
Out the window.
And there's the stairs to the bathroom.
And a typewriter.
And a typewriter.
Oh, I found another phone. It's the modern kind. Hello.
Let's start throwing stuff out windows. That sounds like fun.
Anything that looks like this?
Yeah, keep their floorboards.
Keep their floorboards.
Yeah, of course. You know me, I keep everything. Oh shit, I think that's another fireplace surround. Oh my god, is it gonna be sewing stuff? What? Betrayal. It's not sewing stuff, it's plumbing shit.
Hey, plumbing stuff.
Oh, I hope there's nothing living in this. Is it a pool?
No. This is,
A mattress?
I think it's a waterbed balloon.
Out! Out, out, out!
Or just a mattress, water mattress.
Grouse! Hi! I'm coming for you, Kat.
Well, that's gonna be a fun update.
Oh, how's my good go?
So Kennel just made her way up the attic by herself.
How's it going?
She was bored downstairs, so she just climbed all the things.
We'll sit down, give you a nice big hug, and then we're gonna find a better way to keep you trapped. Yeah, you wanna hang out with us up here? I don't know that that's so healthy for you though.
That's it.
Cool. That was what, like 2 hours of attic work?
Yeah, but a bit dusty.
So last week, y'all had some fantastic ideas and suggestions for fireplace solutions. So I decided I'm gonna pick your communal brains one more time for this week's Patreon question, which is about the house's history. And it's a super interesting question from Leslie, who wanted to know if my realtor was able to provide me with a timeline to the house's history, or if I had any clues as to its previous lives. And that is such a good question, and one that I know some of you have had in the comment section as well. So all I know from my realtor is basically the names of the former owners of the house. I don't really know much more than that about them. There is certainly a story there, and I am learning little bits and pieces of it here and there as we spend more time here and we meet the neighbors, or there are tradesmen that come through that know the family who was here. We've also been slowly learning about the house's history as we live here and work here, although I will say because we're trying to restore rather than remodel, we haven't done anything nearly as drastic as, gut the whole thing down to the studs, because that would really let you see all of the walls and give you some great ideas on the construction methods and some clues as to, the house's age, as well as like if there were different stages of construction. But even though we haven't exposed all of the guts of the house, we have learned some very interesting facts about it, including the fact that it was almost certainly a two-story house for quite some time before having the attic put on. But even the attic is actually obviously very old, so we're looking into whether the house itself truly dates to 1902 or whether it's possible that it's even older than that. I know some of you have had conversations with me suggesting that it might predate that year, and I'm super curious to see if that is truly the case. I would absolutely love to dig into this house's history and story. Would be amazing if I could find some photos, and I'm basically up against two main limiting factors. One is time. I just don't have that much time. Whenever we're up here, we're spending all of our days and energy trying to stabilize the house and save it from crumbling in on itself. And whenever we're not at the house, it's because we're out of the country working, earning money to then come back and spend on the house. So there's not exactly a shortage of free time to investigate, but the question is so fascinating for me that it is quite a high priority. But the other roadblock I have in my mind is, what's the best method to learn more about the house? What are the resources that I should look into? My gut instinct is to just turn up at the closest library and ask them for guidance, but it's probably going to be a really small library, so my fear is that I might have to go into Halifax for anything too complicated or, deep dives, but I don't know. Anyways, if you have suggestions on where I should start my research or what type of information I should be looking for, please leave it down in the comments, because I would welcome all the help I can get on this subject. But now let's get back to the task at hand, because remember, getting everything out of the attic was only half the job. We still have to get it now into the dumpster. So we got about a quarter of the way through the attic, which means we cleared out one quadrant of it, but it was also the smallest, emptiest quadrant, so we probably only sorted through maybe a sixth of the stuff that was up there. The rest is gonna have to wait for another video or two or 3, but listen, it was the middle of July and we were in the 3rd story attic. It was getting really hot up there, so we decided to shift focus and clear out the basement instead because it was just so much cooler. Like listen, it had to all be emptied at some point. The dumpster was clearly going to be filled regardless, so we just followed the weather and that allowed us to be much more productive. Also, we still didn't have power on in half of the house, the flooded half, so we just worked on the dry half instead for those days.
There are roots in there, full root system.
We already knew that the trees near the house were an issue and that they'd have to come down, but finding an extensive network of roots in the basement cemented the notion that those trees were gonna have to go.
Oh my god.
And it wasn't just roots we were finding in the basement. At one point, this had clearly been some sort of amateur car workshop because we found lots of old spare parts just lying around.
That's an old radio.
Oh, whatever that is heavy.
Oh, this is a caliper. This is a car brake.
Oh wow.
It's the piston that pushes the thing together.
Nice rear view mirror.
Car parts, okay. Push down. There we go.
Whew. And that's how we spent the rest of the morning and early afternoon, working in the basement, bagging up all the loose garbage and leaves and junk that we found, just years and years worth of miscellaneous basement debris and so much old soggy insulation, and just throwing it all out. The goal was not to have a pristine looking basement by the end of the day, or even the end of the month. It was just to do a first pass of sorting and emptying so that we could see what was in there, move around easily when we installed the new heating, and just try to help that damp basement dry out somewhat. So for those of you who asked to see the outside of the house, you did get to see some small shots here, and you'll get to see a few more in the weeks to come as we continue to work on the exterior of the house. So just hang in there, have a little more patience. The exterior shots are coming. And for those of you who asked about where the house was, what city I'm in, you unfortunately are gonna have to live with your curiosity unsatiated because, no offense, but I don't really want to disclose where specifically in the province I live. It doesn't seem safe. It's nothing against you personally. I'm sure you're a lovely person, but there are plenty of not so lovely people out there, and I don't need them knowing where I live. So if you have a legitimate reason for asking other than, plain curiosity, you're more than welcome to email me. I've already been contacted by a couple local professionals who've seen my videos and want to know where I am in terms of seeing if working with me is feasible, and that's obviously a different story. But as far as disclosing my location to the whole internet at large, I think I'm gonna pass on that, and I hope you can understand. Again, it's nothing personal, it's just safety. So what do you do when it is a hot summer day and you've been working all day and you are sticky and sweaty and covered in a layer of grime anywhere,
And
but
no shower.
you don't have a shower? Well, when you're in Nova Scotia, you go to the beach. Let's go. So this morning we are heading off to Halifax because it is the largest city in Nova Scotia, and we found a fantastic deal on some scaffolding and a shop vac, secondhand of course. So we're gonna go do that now, hop in the car and kind of make a day trip out it, check out the city, maybe catch up on some internet because we haven't had internet in the house besides our cell phones and very limited data for almost a week now. So I'm gonna make a little day trip out of it. Should be fun. Let's go. So Phil has a cousin in Halifax and we were meeting up with her for lunch. But on our way there, I insisted that we swing by the Value Village because we were in need of so many things for the house, from basic kitchen supplies and sheets for the bed to more renovation specific items like these bins, which were honestly so useful for emptying out the basement in the coming days.
I kind of want it.
What is it?
It's an apple peeler. It's a something peeler. Yeah, you do this.
Halifax was brief but lovely, with a beautiful and colorful waterfront boardwalk that stretched for nearly 4 kilometers, and we spent most of our time there taking in the sights and smells and finding various ways to cool down the dog. At some point, I'd love to spend a bit more time here, perhaps with an actual itinerary in mind, and I could bring you all with me for the adventure, but as it was, this trip was very impromptu and we were happy to just wander around and take in the city without a specific goal or destination. While we were in town, we made sure to take advantage of the Habitat for Humanity's Restore Center that was located nearby. They accept and resell new and used furniture, appliances, and home improvement materials, and I've always enjoyed poking around the one in Montreal because the selection is never the same and there's always just something interesting to be found. Now, previously I'd mostly just enjoyed window shopping, but now I actually have a real reason to visit. Phil was still looking for some missing plumbing parts, mainly for the shower fixture, and while my needs were less urgent, I definitely checked out the rugs, just thinking ahead for winter, and also spent some time getting a feel for what's offered at the store. There were definitely a large variety of lighting fixtures, furniture, and appliances, and I made sure to check out the prices on things like tiles. For the eventual moment, we'll have to tackle the kitchen and the bathroom, even though, in general, it's way too soon to be thinking of aesthetic things like tiles and paint colors when our basement is flooded and our roof doesn't have gutters. But hey, a girl can dream, and I'm here in search of fodder for those dreams. Before returning home, we had one more big stop on the list, and that was because I found a crazy good secondhand deal that was worth the considerable drive into the city. But first, while we're looking at all these fun home furnishings and decor, let's hop back to the question of what to do with my giant attic. Last week, I asked what y'all would do with a giant, uninsulated attic like mine, and y'all had some fun ideas for it, which, let's remember, the attic, finishing that off, it's a long, long ways away from, ever being anything beyond an uninsulated storage place, but we had some really fun ideas. The top ideas included, yes, either an opium den or a speakeasy. Thank you for rolling right along with my sense of humor, and honestly, I don't know how I could have forgotten this speakeasy option. It was right there. Another option was to turn it into another apartment, which it's a great idea, but honestly, I've always chosen third floor apartments because I've never loved the concept of other folks walking above my head, but it is a creative and very financially responsible idea. 3, and this was a very popular option, a library with lots of cozy reading nooks. I love that idea so much. I already had plans to maybe turn the downstairs living room, this room right here, into some sort of library. I've got some fun plans up here, but it's true that the attic would make a stunning library. 4 was to make it a master bedroom, and again, probably not at the top of my list just because I spend so little time in my bedroom that there's no way it needs to take up the entire floor. Remember, the attic is the whole footprint of this house, so it is giant, and I love sleeping, but I don't love sleeping that much. 5. And this was, again, no surprise, a very popular option with my audience, you, the viewers, but it was to turn it into a sewing room or a crafting space. And I agree, there's so much space that would be absolutely amazing. The only problem that came to my mind is the lighting, because of course I film a lot of my sewing and crafting, and I also just like working in the light. And currently it's so dark up there that unless I added in skylights, it wouldn't be a very viable option, but imagine how amazing that would be with some skylights. And then number 6, some of you liked to combine a few of these different ideas into one, a sort of multi-purpose room with a library, lots of comfy corners to lounge around in, some places to sit and work properly and ergonomically, and perhaps also a small crafting corner. I love all of these ideas. Thank you for suggesting them. Gotten, the creative juices flowing here, so hopefully we can look back on this in the months and years to come and see which option I ended up choosing. Well, we've hit a bit of a snag so far, which is unfortunate because the rest of the day has been going absolutely stunningly. But we are now at this gentleman's house to pick up his scaffolding. I found it on Facebook Marketplace. It was absolutely perfect, exactly what we were looking for. It is much taller than everything else I found available secondhand. The price was fantastic. So I arranged with him last night on Messenger to come pick it up at this time. And he gave me his address, but when I asked for his phone number, he just said, "Oh, I'll be around." Well, guess where I am? I'm sitting outside his house and he's not around. We rang the doorbell, we walked around the premises, we knocked on the garage door. He's nowhere to be found. So that's where we're at right now. Phil is currently walking over to the neighbor's house to see if they have his phone number. And I'm just sitting here in the car with Canel talking to you guys. The problem is that we're 2.5 hours from home, so if this rendezvous doesn't work today, it's not like I can just pop back over tomorrow. It's like a significant detour for me to come out here, which honestly might be worth it given the price of this scaffolding, but still incredibly frustrating. So cross your fingers that this is just a momentary hiccup and nothing more than that.
At least we got a hold of you. We're happy to wait long enough for anything, because we came from, so we'd rather wait than do the trip again. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Well,
So turns out 2 doors down built this guy's house, and they had his number, so I just called the wife, and he's probably out on the water on the Sea-Doo. She'll be home in 20 minutes.
the other problem is, of course, that I have also scheduled to pick up a shop vac immediately after this, but because this is getting quite delayed, we're already like half an hour late at least. That's gonna push the other thing back, so it's just creating this whole chain reaction, and we still have to go back to Phil's cousin's house to pick up our clothes because she has very kindly agreed to do our laundry for us since we don't have a washer. So that's where we're at. Hopefully next time you see me, there's some scaffolding somewhere in the frame. So our little marketplace hiccup turned out all right in the end, and the whole day was honestly a great success. We had a fantastic day out, we visited a new city, and we managed to walk away with some great secondhand deals, which, despite maybe the impression that my videos can give sometimes, the secondhand market here is absolutely minuscule. It's probably something I'm going to get into a little bit deeper in a future video, but it's actually really, really hard to find stuff on the secondhand marketplace around here because it's just such slim pickings. So it was really fun to walk away with some great deals. We now have a shop vac, which is small but desperately needed, and that set of scaffolding, which I anticipate being absolutely invaluable to us later on as we start to repair our 11-foot ceilings and walls. We're still missing so many basic tools around here, and we're kind of just making do with what we have, what we can find secondhand, because we do anticipate that installing the heating will be a substantial cost, and we want to make sure that we aren't like frivolously buying tools that aren't absolutely essential, especially not right in the present moment. But that scaffolding, it retails for minimum $300, and this guy was selling his for $100. So definitely worth the detour, even if we're not going to use it today, this week, this month. It was just such a good price, could not pass it up. We'll see what next week holds in store for us in a second, but first, a quick reminder that if you're passionate about this adventure and you'd like updates that are more recent than, say, 6 months ago, there are a couple ways that you can do that. The easiest is to follow me over on Instagram, because now that the house is no longer secret and we're here working on it, I have been posting lots of little progress updates from our daily work, like this fun glimpse of what all our original fireplace surrounds probably look like underneath a zillion layers of paint. The other way would be to join me over on Patreon, where you can get access to my monthly vlogs and other fun little bonus updates like mini-sodes that are happening much more contemporarily. But enough for now, you've been waiting long enough, so let's take a quick peek at next week's adventures. Yeah, we're just gonna go at it, make a mess, destroy some shit.
Stop!
So it looks like, fingers crossed, we're gonna have a hot shower tonight, which, feels like such a luxury at this point. And then we're going to tackle the chainsaw and the trees and trying to get the trees down around the perimeter.
Oops, sorry.
I don't have to put that in the video. Hello friends, and welcome back to another episode here in my Victorian duplex in Nova Scotia. If you're new here, I'm Shannon Makes, peeling wallpaper preservationist by day, circus artist by night. And I bought this cheap old house sight unseen last summer, and the last few videos on the channel, I've taken you with us in our first few days here at the house as we tried to make some headway on cleaning it out and making it somewhat more livable. It's been a grand adventure so far, so if you haven't seen those, I highly recommend watching them and getting caught up. But today we're taking a short pause in the breakneck pace with which we've been checking things off the list, because I've realized there's a part of the puzzle that I've been withholding. Completely unintentionally, I promise, but as I was releasing these videos, I was filled with this nagging feeling that there was something I was missing, that there was something I was just neglecting to communicate properly about the situation, and it's taken me almost a month, but now I've realized it. I was so busy focusing on the good, on the parts of my house that I fell in love with and what made me buy it, that I forgot to walk you through all the things that are wrong with it. Like, I didn't make it clear to the extent to which this house is kind of on the verge of collapsing. Now, if you're all caught up, you already know that there's no working plumbing and that the basement is flooded, but buckle up because that's barely even scratching the surface. So, I thought it would be a good idea if we can use this week to sort of get on the same page so y'all can realize the full scope of the work we have ahead of us, because trust me, it goes way further than just replumbing the house. And then next week we'll jump back into the more traditional vlog style renovations. So let's go. Now, these aren't going to be in order of priority or how bad each thing is and how fast we're going to tackle them. Instead, they're going to be more in order of cause and effect. Although honestly, the sort of overarching cause of most of these problems is water, but you'll see there is kind of a logical order to all of these problems. So I thought, let's go through them all first and then talk about how we're going to tackle them. And a good place to start is going to be the back of our house. Now, I know you haven't seen very much of the exterior of the house. You're gonna get some glances now and also in upcoming episodes, I promise. But the main and first source of all the water that is trashing our house is the absolutely giant hill that we're sitting at the bottom of. So let's go outside really quick and take a look, and I'll explain a bit further. Okay, so here's the state of our backyard right now as it stands. It is kind of a mess, but that's not really what we're concerned about right now. I kind of want to show you the hill that is causing all the problems. And I'm looking at it on camera and it really doesn't look like that much of a hill, but if we stop and take a look at our neighbor's house up there, so this is their ground level. Then it drops down about 4 feet or so to the street level. Then there's another roughly 4 feet drop to the high section of our yard. And then there's about 6 or 7 feet drop down to the low section of our yard. So why is this a problem? Who cares if our house sits at the bottom of a hill? Well, I do, for one, because whenever it rains or when the snow melts, all of that water comes rushing down the hill and into our house, specifically our basement. And that has led to a lot of problems. Some of them are probably quite obvious and evident, and some we'll get into shortly. There are a few different ways to deal with this, but they all pretty much fall under the category of proper grading. Grading just being a fancy way of saying moving the earth so the water runs away from your house. Because in a perfect world, the earth would sort of slope away from our house in all directions, so that when it rains or when the snow melts, that water is going to want to run away from our foundation. This being a video, however, about all the things that are wrong with our house, you've probably already guessed that this is not the case. And indeed, the grading around the back half of our house specifically is just funneling all of the water off of that hill directly towards the back of our house. It's like our house is just opening up its arms to the hill and saying, give me all your water. But no, we don't want all of your water. Take it back. We'll come back to this in a minute, but first, let's move on to problem number 2. Number 2 is the gutters, or rather the lack thereof, because this is a massive house with an enormous footprint, and all of the water from the roof tends to funnel into 4 different places, and none of them have gutters. Now, Phil and I went and had a little jaunt back in time using the Google Maps archives, and it turns out there haven't been gutters in here for over a decade. So that's at least 10 years of water in one of the wettest provinces in the country, all being channeled into a few very specific locations at the base of our house. Normally, the gutters would take that water and shuttle it away from our house, but no, straight at the foot of our foundation, which leads us to problem number 3, the foundation, which in its defense is surprisingly stable in the majority of places. However, there are 4 places where it's struggling with life, and can you guess where those 4 places are? If you've guessed that it's the 4 corners where the roof dumps all its water at the base of our house due to its lack of gutters, you'd be correct. That's exactly where we're having problems. And it's worse in the back of the house than in the front because the hillside is exaggerating the effect and just shoveling that much more water into the already weak foundation. So we're seeing varying degrees of issues with the foundation, from a little bit of sagging, shifting, and or bulging to it just outright collapsing in one little section. Now, we did know about this. The inspection report did state that there were some sections of the foundation that were showing signs of movement or displacement, but the problem was that the worst part was not really accessible to our home inspector. So the extent of the damage was not fully known until we arrived and could really start poking around for ourselves. And this might be a good time to touch on the house inspection process, because there will inevitably be a small handful of keyboard warriors who, let's be honest, have probably already added their 2 cents down in the comment section, criticizing me for being naive or unprepared or maybe not getting a house inspection. And there's probably already at least one of you that's saying that I should sue my house inspector for not doing his job. You're probably American. We don't really do that here. But also, for the record, yes, we did have a house inspection. Yes, it was very thorough, but also house inspections by law are limited. They're not allowed to cause damage to the property during the inspection. They can't inspect areas of the house that are hidden or obscured. They can't, pull up carpeting or move furniture to get a better look at something. And if you remember the house tour, there was a lot of furniture. There was just a lot of stuff in here that was very much in the way of a house inspection. So our report was very lengthy and very detailed. It was several pages long with a lot of photos. He went to all 4 floors. He used a drone to inspect the roof. He did a very good job, but there was just stuff everywhere, and movement, especially in the basement, was extremely limited, which explains why some of these things, like the extent of the damage to the foundation, just weren't fully apparent until the house was actually ours and we could really start tearing into it. And the foundation damage was exaggerated by problem number 4, which is the shocking number of trees that are growing next to, or in some cases, literally right in our foundation. Now, I'm not sure whose bright idea it was to plant these trees here, or who in the house's history decided to continue to let them grow even as they had their root balls literally centimeters from the house's foundation. I love trees as well. I get that they're beautiful and they give a lot of shade, but they're also incredibly detrimental to a house's foundation, as we started to see in last week's episode.
Oh my God.
Again, looking at Google Maps, we can see that somebody did try to cut down at least one of the trees, but they didn't actually kill it. They just kind of trimmed it back. So it slowly started to grow back and eventually caused this side of the foundation to cave in slightly. So This is a warning for everyone out there. Make sure you plant your trees a healthy distance away from your house. The rule of thumb generally seems to be to plant the tree as far away from the house as its full height at maturity, which honestly, it's a good policy for multiple reasons. Not only does it protect your foundation from the roots, but it will also protect your house if that tree falls in a storm. So double bang for your buck right there. That distance obviously is going to change depending on the species of tree you're planting. I will leave you to do your own research, but trust me when I say you don't want to deal with roots in your foundation. So we have trees and water eating away at our foundation. And what does that lead to? Problem number 5, a compromised sill plate. The sill plate or sill is literally the first piece of wood that touches the foundation, and it's what all the rest of your house is built off of. It's usually quite large, it's a beefy piece of wood, and it's what anchors your house to the foundation. And as one website put it, the sill plate may be the single most important element of a house's structural framing. So not exactly something you want compromised, and definitely not something you want to be looking like this. For further explanation of this problem, let's jump back out to the backyard for a second and see kind of what's going on with our sill plate. And then there's about 6 or 7 feet drop down to the low section of our yard. And then, ideally, we would be able to see at least 3 or 4 inches of foundation right here. But if we go and look close, we can see there's no foundation. In fact, there's actually more siding. There's at least 2 more strips of siding that have been buried from 120 years of dirt just coming with gravity and rain and everything into our yard and piling up here. Because if we look over here on this part of the house, you can see that it's actually really not bad. Here we can see we've got at least a couple inches of foundation visible. This is more what we want it to look like. And then as you go more towards the front of the house, you get more and more foundation, which is great. We like that. But over here, no foundation visible, and we're pretty sure that, you know, there's gonna be some rotting sill plate action happening, which is never great. So with all that wet, humid earth piling up literally right against our wooden sill plate, it's no surprise that there are a few places where it is failing or has completely flailed. And honestly, Phil and I are both shocked that the house hasn't suffered more, hasn't seen more drastic consequences than it has. And that's actually due in part, I think, to the meticulous construction methods that were used when this house was framed out. I'll make sure to go into it more in a future episode when we actually start dealing with the sill plate problem, but the hand-carved joinery that this house was built with, I'm pretty sure that literally kept it standing even when huge parts of the sill plate were rotten out from underneath it. But either way, pretty high on the list of things to tackle is either repairing or completely replacing large sections of the sill. I don't think it's gonna be a surprise to anybody when you hear all of these problems to also learn that we have a ton of water in our basement. Literally, why wouldn't we? What is stopping the water from flooding into the basement? Because the hill sure isn't, the foundation and the sill plate sure aren't. So anytime that there's a rainstorm or a big snow melt, our basement is inundated with water. It comes in through the missing portion of the foundation, and it also comes in through some of the cracks in the rocks because this foundation wall hasn't been repointed in, well, a very long time. Maybe never. So we definitely are gonna need to do something to fix all of the water in our basement. And what does having a bunch of water in a dark, humid, slightly stale environment lead to? The next problem, mold. It's probably not a surprise to anybody, especially if you've already seen the first couple episodes where we start to haul everything out of this basement, but we are dealing with a certain level of mold in here. So that's all that needs to be said about that for the moment. Without further delay, let's get out of this basement and go talk about the next problem on the list. And problem number 8 takes me to another piece of gorgeous original woodwork, and that is these stunning windows. But before I get into it, on a window related side note, I had an amazing and unexpected response to the use of defenestration in last week's video. Y'all loved it. Way more than I thought you would. Some of you said you had to go look it up. Some of you said you never thought you'd heard it outside of history class, and a couple of you suggested that I should make merch from it. So you never know, maybe one day we'll get some defenestration merch. I'm imagining, you know, the text atop of some of the wallpaper samples from the house, maybe on clothing or mugs or something like that. I don't know. If you have any ideas, if you're here for the defenestration merch, be sure to let me know down in the comments. Maybe one day it'll become reality. But to get back on track, talking about these windows here, they are huge, they are stunning, they are this fantastically unique shape on the outside of the house, and they are also in a terrible state of disrepair. Most of them are siliconed or painted shut. Well, that's not promising. So they don't even open, and yet the paint is peeling, the wood is rotten and crumbling, and the glazing is virtually non-existent in many places, which means we are about to lose a few panes of glass to gravity. And note to self, I absolutely need to get out there and take them off before they fall, because we cannot lose any more of that original wavy glass. So these windows will absolutely be saved, repaired, and restored, at least to the best of our abilities, because we are not intending on replacing them with modern windows. That is, in my opinion, one of the biggest swindles of the modern home improvement arena. And yes, that is the hill I will be dying on. As I've said it before, you can fight me in the comments. But it is admittedly going to take a lot of work to get them back to their original state, because they are just in such a sad, sad condition. And if you're wondering why the windows are in such bad shape, I can tell you it's at least in part due to problem number 9, which is this siding. Oh, this siding. There are so many things wrong with it. From the fact that we're just flat out missing an entire section of the house. It's literally this wall, just Tyvek, to the part where most of it is aluminum, but then the whole front section is actually vinyl. And actually, I literally just, when I was sitting down here to film it, realized that this little strip here, this one strip, also vinyl. The rest, aluminum. So it's a completely different size, texture, even color from the rest of the siding. It just looks super goofy. It's also not properly installed, or at least has been severely compromised in sections. So like here, it's just, there's literally, it's being held on by screws. Not to mention the spray foam. Let's not even talk about the spray foam. Also, there are in other sections where there are just giant holes in the siding. But the reason that it's causing problems with the windows is that there are multiple different layers of siding just smacked one right on top of each other without removing previous layers. You're actually going to get a closer look at some of these layers in an upcoming episode here, or if you follow me over on Instagram, you've already seen all about it in my stories. But basically, it means that this current siding here now sticks out maybe 6 inches further away from the house than when it was originally built, which also then means that the windows, which should be standing proud from the facade, are completely recessed into the walls of the house, which is just directing the water in all the wrong places. Like I said, the water is basically the main culprit in the demise of our house. And then the last problem, number 10, is this back kitchen and entryway section here, because just looking at some clues in the house's construction, which I will get into in future videos, don't you worry, but there is a really good chance that these 2 rooms were added on somewhat after the rest of the house. Now, they're still really, really old, so it might have been only a few years after the original structure over here, but regardless, it's not part of the original foundation, and it's not part of the rest of the main basement, or at least if there is a basement under here, it's definitely a surprise to me. We think it's just a crawl space under here, but again, we're not sure because we haven't been able to look underneath. So at some point, we're gonna have to tear up this linoleum flooring, see what's underneath it, see if there's an access point. If there's not, we're gonna have to make one and get underneath and figure out just what's going on underneath here. But regardless, we're almost definitely gonna have to go in and do a lot of insulation just to try to have better control of the temperature in what's one of the main, most common, frequently used living spaces in the entire house. And as one last bonus, we get number 11, which is the roof. Now, I got so many comments on the original house tour video from people very confidently stating that we would absolutely 100% need a new roof, which is funny because I didn't show a single exterior shot of the house, and the only evidence that they were basing this assumption off of was shots from this ceiling right here, which, yes, those are potentially signs of water damage, but I already knew about this from the home inspection. My inspector went up to the attic, checked out the section of the roof right above that room, and reported that the problem seemed to be taken care of. And sure enough, I found out within a couple days of arriving here that the damage was in fact caused during Hurricane Fiona. It took off several roof shingles, but they were all fixed before they sold the house. So the section of the roof above that one room is actually one of the newest sections, and it doesn't need any work done on it, which I just thought it was kind of funny and goes to show that nobody is more confidently or assertively wrong than arrogant YouTube commenters. However, it is true, by complete coincidence, that the rest of this roof is actually fairly old, and yes, does need to be replaced pretty quickly here. And it's not going to be a cheap job because the current roof is, let's just say it doesn't quite meet modern standards. Because even if we ignore the lack of insulation here, the current roof situation is a bunch of wooden planks and then shingles nailed straight onto that, which, if you know anything about roofing, you're probably mildly freaking out right now because normally there'd be sheets of plywood to start off with without any gaps in them. These planks are incredibly charming because they're hand hewn, but that also means that there are large gaps at several places. So normally there should be a good quality sheathing here without any gaps, and then you'd have some sort of underlayment layer like a felt paper that sits between your decking and your shingles, just giving it that nice extra layer of protection in case you lose any shingles, and then your shingles are stapled onto that. Yes, I know I'm skipping a few things, ice and water barriers and ridge caps and flashing. I'm not here to give a lesson on roofing, I'm just trying to give an idea of the current state of my roof and why it's lacking. So, eventually, and probably sooner rather than later, we're gonna have to replace this roof and the sheathing underneath it, and it ain't going to be cheap. And now, the big question that we're debating is whether we put shingles back on or if we go with a metal roof, which does seem to be the smarter choice in terms of longevity, but it's also way more expensive up front, and the look is not my favorite, so I don't know, we'll see. I still need to do some more research on the topic, and I'm hoping I have a year or two left in this roof in which to do that research, but I'm honestly not sure. So those are the biggest things that we have to tackle around the house. And now I thought let's talk very briefly about what kind of work it's going to entail to fix these problems. The easiest thing to tackle is going to be the tree situation, and you'll actually see us start on that journey next week. Although, a spoiler alert, it won't be quite as simple as just cutting all the trees down. Then, the gutter situation. We're just gonna have to get up on the roof and install some gutters. Should be fairly quick and manageable, and once we've gotten some momentum from that, we can tackle some of the larger tasks like the grading and the foundation. For the grading of the house, we're gonna jump back one more time to that clip from outside because I did talk about it briefly while I was out there. 120 years of dirt just coming with gravity and rain and everything into our yard and piling up here. So what we're thinking we're gonna have to do, dig out a bunch of this here and just regrade everything so that instead of having the land come in down to the house, that the house sits on top and the land kind of goes down a little bit this way. It's probably going to involve, putting in a retaining wall right here somewhere and just getting a lot of this dirt away from the house and foundation. So yes, we will need to free up our foundation and pitch all of the earth to run away from the house, not only to keep the water out of our basement, but also so that we can expose the sill plate, which will almost certainly need to be replaced in certain parts. That's going to be no mean feat in and of itself, because how do you replace the single thing that your entire house is sitting on? Well, carefully, but beyond that, it's probably going to involve some bottle jacks and I-beams and a bit of ingenuity, not to mention custom woodworking. It should be an adventure, and I hope you'll join us for it. Other things that involve custom woodworking are going to be those windows, and they're probably the part that feels the trickiest in my mind because we don't really have the proper tools or knowledge to fully reconstruct them from scratch. So it's probably going to involve some PC petrifier and some Abitron, maybe a liberal use of Dutchmen, but I am on a quest to restore them. Also, we'll probably be building some new storm windows as well as restoring the few existing storms that we still have, and that should help protect the original windows as well as helping with insulating things around here in the winter. As for the siding, that is going to be another massive project and probably a huge expense too, so it's a bit lower on the list. The one good thing about having, 53 bajillion layers of siding is that even if the outermost one is a bit damaged, at least there are others underneath to help add some protection. Obviously, it's less than ideal, but before you rush to criticize me in the comments, please remember we are only two people doing this with limited time, energy, and budget, so prioritizing things is absolutely essential. As for the mold in the basement, generally speaking, once we take care of the reasons that the basement is flooding, like regrading the yard and installing some French drains, the flooding should stop. And while we might have to run dehumidifiers down there all summer long, the mold problem should pretty much go away on its own, especially once we start drying things out and circulating some fresh air. And also probably installing some proper lighting down there would also go a long way towards helping the mold. Oh, and I realized I forgot to talk about insulating the kitchen and the entryway. That'll probably happen about the same time that we tackle the sill plate at the back of the house there, where it was all hidden underground by the siding, because replacing that will probably involve opening that part of the house up anyways, so I'm thinking we can probably just batch it all together and do it at the same time. So hopefully you found that at least somewhat interesting and insightful. I won't leave you with a teaser for next week since you already saw that last week, but instead here is some cute corgi footage to take its place. If you'd like to support the channel, remember I am both on Patreon and Ko-fi, and if you'd like to follow the progress more moment to moment, I'm on Instagram, Shannon Makes on all 3 platforms, and the links are in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you next week for more adventures. Bye! Hello friends, and welcome back to my charming yet decrepit 120-year-old Victorian duplex here in Nova Scotia. I bought this beauty sight unseen last summer, and I've been trying to save and restore her ever since. I'm Shannon Makes, hopeless old house romantic by day, circus artist by night. And if this is your first time here, welcome! If you're into old houses, hard labor, and cute dogs, I've got a whole playlist of previous house episodes you can catch up on. I'll be sure to link it at the end of the video. And if you're a repeat customer, then you're gonna love what this week's got in store for you. And me. So our foundation guy is coming tomorrow to take a look at the whole foundation of the house. So today is kind of the big push to try and clear out the basement before he comes so that he can actually walk around the basement and see all the parts of the foundation, which at the moment, no one can. So, hence, basement clean-out time. Also, I should clarify that I'm talking mainly only about one half of the basement. The other half is looking pretty good. It's mostly cleared out. It's just got a really old fridge and a bunch of sludgy dirt that needs to be cleared out, but it's the other half that, one, is missing power, so we haven't had any lights. It's also the half that is significantly more flooded, so everything is just wet and covered in this disgusting sludge that still has a lot of work needed to do. Really, really gross, dirty, slimy work. And so we continue to pull stuff out of the basement. Things that maybe a year ago, if I'd had found it on the street, I'd have been tempted to save and turn into some sort of project. But I just absolutely don't have the time or resources at the moment to take any of that on. I have an entire house that is threatening to succumb to rain and mold, and that needs a whole new heating system. The one thing that I was absolutely adamant about saving though was any old woodwork that I found. And trust me, there was a surprising amount of it in the basement. I can't tell off the bat what was original to the house and what might have been added to the collection later on, but wood is wood, and unless it was literally covered in slime and mold, I set it aside for future restoration. Everything else got broken down into small pieces to save space in our rapidly filling dumpster, and also got sorted into various categories like metal, household waste, construction material, etc. It breaks my heart to see all these perfectly good objects just covered in mold and gross, disgusting slime, and the urge to save everything was real, but keeping the scope of the project in mind was absolutely essential to making some actual progress. So we did not entirely finish the basement. Who am I kidding? We didn't even come close to finishing the basement because it is the basement that never ends. But we did make some progress on it. However, we decided that actually we have a little change in plans because the plumber actually can come tomorrow to do some work. So that's gonna mean we have got some stuff to do before he gets here.
We need to expose the old plumbing so we can make new plumbing. At least to connect the temporary bathroom so we can shower, finally. Having a shower, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Because yes, we're on, what, episode 4? Roughly a week into a midsummer renovation process, and we still don't have a shower. So what have we been doing instead? Well, it's been a mixture of beach showers, sink showers, and sometimes schlepping over to our realtor's house to use his shower, which, you know, it makes for a good story years down the road, but we were also just really excited to be able to take a normal shower in our own house. Is that absolutely essential? No, as several of you have pointed out, it is possible to survive without hot showers. It's great that that's not a priority for you, but it was for us, especially since it was honestly going to be fairly cheap and easy to achieve. So we're going to try and take a look and see what's inside the soffit, because that's where all the pipes are running, and we don't need a soffit, it's just taking up a lot of room for nothing. So we're going to go tear it down, see what is behind there, and hopefully make tomorrow's job easier with the plumber.
And all the water is off, so even if we cut a pipe, nobody cares.
Well, I mean... So pipes and really cool old wallpaper, which...
Bit of wiring.
Bit of wiring. Wiring for what? The light for the bathroom, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Can we talk about how huge that soffit is for how absolutely little is passing through it? It's ridiculous.
This is our current water line, emergency water line.
Do we remember why they're emergency lines? Because we have a lovely leak. No, that was somehow not an emergency. No, they're emergency lines because when I bought the house, all the water lines were busted because the pipes had froze the previous winter when the house ran out of oil. That led to all the radiators exploding, and most of the plumbing in the house was either confirmed to be no good or was possibly good but not really worth taking the risk on. We don't really need leaky plumbing and water damages to add to our list of woes. See last week's video for the current top 10 list of our old house woes. So we knew that we'd be driving out from Montreal to live straight away in this house that we'd never visited, never even seen in person, had no functioning water, like the city had shut off the water main to the house, and we couldn't really afford to take an Airbnb while renovating. That definitely was not in the budget. So instead, I hired a plumber to come out to the house prior to us moving in, just to connect the toilet and the cold water to the bathroom sink, so, you know, we could at least stay in the house as we worked on it. These temporary water lines are not elegant, they're not in their final position, and honestly, they're not even very well done, but they got us some short-term water to the most basic services, so we could at least, you know, jump right into the renovations when we arrived.
This is the hot water emergency water line that we're gonna use, that we're gonna hook up downstairs. And these are probably the cables for the outlets and the switches and
But that's it.
the electricity for this room.
But that's it, that's all that's in there.
Yeah, it could be this big.
Okay, let's go see what's going on behind the kitchen soffit.
There's one cable.
Wow.
Come see. The entire box here has nothing in it.
What is even the point? Did they think it was aesthetic?
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, soffits for shits?
Soffit for shits.
Seriously?
No. Cable, I want to say.
A single
Two.
solitary cable.
And what looks like plumbing.
So what's it look like?
So there is electricity that comes from all the way back there for what used to be the outside porch light.
Okay.
Probably that switch here. And there's also water that arises from this side.
It probably goes from there.
It probably goes from there somewhere.
Up here somewhere and then around.
My guess is that soffit hides the lines that go up and down, and that's the washer dryer. Just one line going up. That's odd. It's like the hot water isn't in function anymore.
Let's go outside where there's some light. So the verdict is there's nothing useful in the kitchen side, nothing we need immediately, so we're just going to continue to open up some stuff on the mudroom side because that's where all of the relevant plumbing and such is. So yeah, we're just going to go at it, make a mess, destroy some shit. None of our plaster has its keys anymore. There's not a single key that I can see. Poor walls. So it didn't take very long, but we now think we understand what's going on with all the plumbing. It is fairly convoluted. It's clear that there are like retrofits on top of retrofits, which is not surprising for a house of this age. Also, there were some questionable decisions made along the way. Again, not that surprising, but it probably only took us 45 minutes and now we've got everything opened and much easier access for the plumbing visit tomorrow. So hopefully that goes quite quickly and then we can have some hot water and some showers. I will be so happy to have a shower. So I've had a surprising amount of comments and interest about the book that I've been reading in the last few videos, the Alice Network. Some of you have checked it out from your library or gone out and bought it, and I know at least one of you has your whole book club reading it, which so cool. Also so surprising because I haven't even actually given it an actual review yet. I literally just found it in a free little library and thought it looked interesting. But since I did greatly enjoy the book and I did film a short little book review back in the summer, wasn't sure if I was ever gonna use it, but there's enough interest, I think I better whip it out. So here you go, quick little book review from the past. All right, friends, I just finished reading this book the other night and thought I'd give it a short little review because I thought, hey, if you like historical houses, maybe you also like other aspects of history, including historical fiction. So let's jump into it really quick. I realize this is not BookTube. I am not giving book reviews as a channel, so if you really cannot handle it, you can skip to the next chapter here. But otherwise, stick around for a couple minutes. It was a really good book and I think it was worth the read. So in lieu of trying to awkwardly summarize the story for you because it is long and convoluted and I've never been good at that, I'm just gonna read you the review from Goodreads because they did a good job. So, in an enthralling new historical novel, two women, a female spy recruited to the real-life Alice Network in France during World War I, and an unconventional American socialite searching for her cousin in 1947 are brought together in a mesmerizing story of courage and redemption. 1915. A year into the Great War, Eve Gardner burns to join the fight against the Germans and unexpectedly gets her chance when she's recruited to work as a spy. Sent into enemy-occupied France, she's trained by the mesmerizing Lily, codename Alice, the Queen of Spies, who manages a vast network of secret agents right under the enemy's nose. 30 years later, haunted by the betrayal that ultimately tore apart the Alice Network, Eve spends her days drunk and secluded in her crumbling London house, until a young American barges in, uttering a name Eve hasn't heard in decades, and launches them both on a mission to find the truth, no matter where it leads. So I quite enjoyed it. Like I said, I picked it up at a free little library, so I had zero expectations going into it of what it would be, and I thought the story was captivating and unique, and I really enjoyed that it was a story of wartime friendship rather than wartime romance, which I do find to be a bit of a tired trope at this point. It does draw a lot of comparisons between the two wars, which I quite enjoyed, although I will say, because there are two storylines, you follow Eve's storyline as a spy in 1915, and then you follow her modern day during World War II story with Charlie, and I definitely found myself much more captivated, like downright enthralled actually, by her 1950 storyline. Like I could not put that down. And the other storyline, while it was still good, it was definitely, in my opinion, a little bit weaker. I was not as captivated by it. It wasn't enough to make me dislike the book, but I definitely found myself more drawn to the 1950 spy timeline, especially because you learn later in the book that this was all entirely based on real life women The author, Kate Quinn, has a whole section at the back of the book where she talks about the real life women that inspired the story, including a section that she calls, what is it? Voices of the Past, which is basically letters and trial records, so you can read about the real life women in their own voices and or from contemporary sources, which I thought was super fascinating and like really, really interesting to learn. I feel like you hear a lot more about spies in the Second World War and not nearly as much in the First War, so that was really interesting to learn about for sure. But fair warning though that it can be grim and dark at some points, so if you are looking for a lighthearted read and you don't want to touch on more serious topics, well, if you're looking for a lighthearted read, you probably shouldn't be choosing a historical fiction novel set during not one but two major world wars. So there is that. But I will say, if you love to hate a good villain, the villain in this one is absolutely bone-chillingly bad, evil, really well written in my opinion, so I really enjoyed hating him. That was kind of fun. So all in all, not a lighthearted read, has a wickedly evil villain and, you know, is a bit grim, deals with, you know, demons and ghosts from your past, but ultimately it's like a redeeming tale of like strength and courage, and you learn a lot about some badass women. So if that sounds like something that interests you, would definitely recommend checking out The Alice Network by Kate Quinn. Also, on a related note, to do some shameless self-promotion, if you're into spies in wartime, I do recommend checking out my History of Wartime Knitting. It's a 45-minute long quasi-documentary where I really delve into the fascinating history of wartime knitting throughout from the Civil War through to World War II, basically, and has some fun knitting and espionage-related tidbits in there. So go check that out. All right, quick update because it has been a super busy morning. We had the plumber swing by and he was working with Phil, helping him get the hot water set up.
Stop!
So it looks like, fingers crossed, we're gonna have a hot shower tonight, which, oh, feels like such a luxury at this point. So the hot water should be run to the sink, should be run to the shower, and also I think we've gotten installed a hookup for the washer, so we're gonna actually move the washer from the upstairs bathroom down to the mudroom here so that we can start washing our own clothes, which is also going to be such a luxury. Very excited for that. That all went really well. Then also, while the plumber was here, the foundation guy swung by, and that too was generally pretty good news, which I'm thrilled to hear at this point. So we started off downstairs looking inside at the foundation. For the most part, he was actually surprised at what good of shape it was in. Everything's pretty straight, no massive cracks. It is quite interesting because we have an outer stone wall, and then at some point later, they came in and bricked up an inner wall out of regular bricks. I don't know if that was for fashion or for function. The foundation guy did say that there are some old houses in the area that have this feature and he's not sure why. He can't see what purpose it serves. It just somebody decided it was the thing to do at some point in the past, and a bunch of houses did that. We had previously discovered that there was a pretty significant air gap between the two walls, at least in certain places around the house. There's like at least 6 inches between the outer wall and the inner wall, which we're not entirely sure what we want to do with that yet. If we want to like fill it with concrete or insulation, not sure, still thinking about that. So then we kept walking around the interior, showing him various places. He gave us some tips and pointers on some things to do here and there, and it was really interesting to hear his advice and expertise on the matter. Then once that was done, we went outside and did a tour of the outside perimeter of the house, just again, kind of going once over everything, especially focusing on this area here behind me, which is the front of the house, basically just off to the side of the front porch. There is one area that we had noticed the foundation is bulging out towards the outside of the house. We were concerned about that. He took a look at it and was like, if it was my house, I'm not concerned about it. I wouldn't do anything. He said, I would take care of that window, get it out of there, follow the rot up as far as the rot goes and pull it out and replace it. That's probably worse for your house and its structural integrity than the foundation. He said, honestly, you could shore the foundation up a bit if you wanted to, but it's not something that happened overnight. It's been quite a while that it's been like this, so he wasn't particularly concerned. that's where we're standing. He did give us also some nice information on some French drains. I thought I was gonna have to call a separate person for the French drains, but he gave us enough pointers how he would do it. Between that and Phil's father doing landscaping, I think we're gonna maybe be pretty well set in that area. So that's what happened this morning. It was a busy morning, full of professionals, full of relatively good news. Things got done. Phil is currently out right now thrifting a couple sink hookups, and also he went to the plumbing store to get some hardware for the connection of the shower. So he's out doing that and he should be home shortly. Then we're gonna have lunch and then we're going to tackle the chainsaw and the trees and trying to get the trees down around the perimeter, because that was the first thing the foundation guy said. And one of the first things we noticed also, there are so many trees around our property and the majority of them are going right against the house, like right against the house. We've already found one massive root system in the basement.
Oh my God.
We did take care of that, at least from the inside. So now we're gonna go around the outside and chainsaw everything down and then poison the trees so they don't grow back, because that would kind of defeat the purpose. That's hopefully the goal for tonight. Yesterday, Phil went over to our neighbors and got a chainsaw from them. He's borrowing theirs. He got a quick lesson on how to use it. It was pretty adorable. The two men playing with their power tools. So we now have a chainsaw. Hopefully that's what we can do today. Just take care of all this greenery around the outside of the house, with the exception of a couple of the trees that are super close to power lines. We might have to call someone in for that. That remains to be seen. So lunch, shower, chainsaw. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we can take care of all three of those today. Really quick before I forget, I want to invite everybody to join me for the premiere of these videos. It's been a little tradition that I've started for the house renovation videos and that I plan to continue weekly as long as my schedule allows. So every Friday when the video becomes public, I sit down in front of my computer. Some of you also have been joining me and we've all been watching it together. There's like a running little chat on the side where people can comment and ask questions about the video, and it's just been a really fun experience. I've been having a lot of fun. I've gotten feedback from those of you who are joining me that you're really liking it. So if you're available when the video premieres, usually at this time on Fridays, please consider joining us. It's been a lot of fun. Okay, back to the action. These were not going to go in the dumpster. They would have taken valuable real estate that we needed for more urgent things like basement sludge and old drum sets. So for the moment, we just kind of pulled all the brush off to the side and made a few piles next to the house. And that's when Tim, unable to resist the siren song of the chainsaw, came over to lend a helping hand. So we're gonna let Phil and Tim reattach the chain on the chainsaw while I answer a quick Patreon question about our windows. Because they're giant, they're beautiful, and you're gonna start to see them a lot more as we move around the outside of the house and cut down the trees. And Jean Sando here has a killer question about them. She asks about what we're planning to do with them, keep them, replace them, and then talks about, you know, how replacing them often means losing the charm of the house. You can read the whole comment here. So I figured, let's stir up some shit, because as I mentioned in last week's video, we will be keeping the original windows for the most part. There are maybe a couple exceptions, but let's talk about why. Because beyond the fact that they're beautiful and original to the house, it's not just nostalgia behind the decision, it's also finances. There are so many windows in this house, and they're so big that they would cost a small fortune to replace, and that is money we would never recoup. Now, I know the window companies claim, or, well, they used to claim, more on that in a second, that you'll make that money back in savings on the energy bill. But hold on, think about it for a sec. Who is selling you that line? the window companies, who obviously want you to buy their product. And in the vast majority of cases, it's absolutely not true. It's so untrue, in fact, that in 2012, I think, the FTC came down on 5 replacement window companies for false advertising and ordered them to stop making exaggerated and unsupported claims about the energy efficiency of their windows and how much money consumers could save on their heating and cooling bills by having them installed. If you want more detailed information about it, I will link a couple fantastic videos by Brent Hall. He explains it far more eloquently than I could, but just in terms of bang for my buck, the money that I could spend on replacing my windows, it's gonna go infinitely further to insulate the attic, to seal up the sill plate and the rim joist, to work on making other parts of the house a bit more airtight, rather than dropping, maybe 40 grand on windows that are just gonna need to be changed again in 15 to 20 years. Also, don't even get me started on maintenance free. I do not believe that there's any aspect of a house that is maintenance free and that is just basically a decoy for needs to be trashed in a certain amount of time. That's a whole different topic. We can get into it later. Back to the windows. The plan is to keep the original windows and just work on them, maintain them, fix them, and they do need a lot of fixing. They are in really rough shape. Again, I talked about it a little bit last week. You can watch that video, and you can bet there's gonna be many more future videos about tackling these windows, but basically, the wood needs a lot of help, a lot of love and time. They're all gonna get scraped, repaired, reglazed, and I imagine I'm gonna be an expert on installing bronze weather stripping by the time they're all done. Also, while we have the windows out for repair, we're probably going to insulate the window cavities better, and storm windows are going to be created or improved. Now, I know I have a lot of viewers in other countries, so if English is not your first language, storm windows are the removable windows that can get added in the winter and can be removed in the summer. Sometimes people switch them out for screen windows, and you can have them on the exterior or on the interior of our house. Now, ours has some original exterior storms, and we're probably going to be matching those for the ground level. And we'll also be making a bunch of interior storms as well, especially for the upper levels where, changing out storm windows is a bit trickier. I do know that heavy curtains work really well to help block out the cold air. Trust me, I read all your comments about it, and I do fully agree there's a lot of value in some heavy curtains, but the problem with that is they also block out the light. And I love the light. After living in Copenhagen for 3 years, even more than ever, I love the light, especially in the coldest, darkest months of winter. I want to take advantage of the light being brought in by these giant windows. So, in lieu of heavy dark curtains, I'd like to get as many storms on here as possible. And I'd like to take you through the journey of fixing these old windows up as well, so that you can see that it's really not that bad, and maybe I'll be able to convert a couple of you to team original windows and team wavy glass. But enough talk. I think Phil's gotten the chainsaw up and running, so let's just get back to the action.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier to cut this one.
Oh yeah.
I had trouble to get the angle right so it falls to you.
Yeah.
It was tricky to get the
Good,
right.
that one will fall. That one now, we'll just have to chop up it a little
I
bit
chopped
here.
this branch first. It's gonna go by itself.
Yeah, whatever you feel. Yeah, you're probably good enough right there. No sense going up higher, man. The other one worked that way.
It was super rewarding to see our house slowly being revealed as we worked away, and by the end of the day, you could really see the way that the trees had been suffocating the house, rubbing against it for years, and literally scraping the color off the siding. Then it was cleanup time, both outside and inside. Well, the trees were definitely not all cut down, but we were out of sunlight and out of energy, so we're gonna have to come back and tackle them another day. and we'll get a preview of that day in a second. But first, let's just take a second to revel in the success and progress of today. We chipped away at the garbage in the basement, and we learned that the vast majority of our kitchen soffits are taking up a ton of space for no good reason, which means that we can get rid of them and open the room up a bit. Not open concept, we're not tearing any walls down, just, gaining a little bit more vertical space to work with. We also got a great start on taking down those exterior trees, and most importantly, we got the water hooked up. We can officially take showers. Yeah, about that. Technically, yes, the water was hooked up that day, but I forgot. I kind of made a mistake in my footage, and we were actually still missing a couple pieces to get the shower itself working. So please ignore this next little bit because we did not get a shower that day. It took one more day, but also I'm just too lazy to go back and re-record this whole segment. So please just save your warm, cozy, clean feelings for the end of next week's video. Plus, in a moment of serendipity, the power to that half of the house was turned on the same day, so we even got a bit of light in the bathroom for that shower. It was an amazing feeling. And the amazing feelings will continue in next week's episode as we make some fun and intriguing discoveries about our house's history. You'll get that sneak peek in a second, but really quick, a reminder that if you want to support the channel, I'm on Patreon, I'm on Ko-fi, and if you want current updates on the house, I'm on Instagram, Shannon Makes on all 3 platforms, and links in the description. But for now, enough talk, let's go see what adventures next week will bring. All right, moment of truth, does it fit? It's gotta. It is not just any lamp, it is an Art Deco lamp from the 1920s. It was such a weird experience. Ta-da! Nice. Out of here. Soffits for shits?
Soffit for shits. Look at a shoe brush.
Hello friends, and welcome back to my Victorian duplex here in Nova Scotia. I'm Shannon Makes, renovation soldier by day, circus artist by night, and this is episode 5 of my ongoing attempt to reinstore and revigorate this lovely old house. If you remember from the end of last week's video, we had the water all set up downstairs and ready to connect to our shower. Well, while we were there, we also decided to run some temporary lines for the washer so that we could occasionally have clean clothes to go with our clean bodies. That's why you saw us cutting all those holes in the wall last week. But that does mean bringing the washer from its upstairs location in the bathroom to the downstairs closet right next to the shower. And let me say, nothing wakes you up faster than lugging heavy machinery down centuries-old flights of stairs. I think we're gonna have to take off the door. All right, moment of truth. Does it fit? It's gotta. Eek. So a quick note on these moving straps, because they made their debut on this channel in the second episode when we were gonna move the water heater downstairs. And a few keen-eyed viewers giggled about the fact that I showed the straps in some detail, but then we didn't actually use them to move the water heater. And all I have to say is y'all have some keen eyes, because I honestly didn't even notice that when I was editing it, but you're completely right. Turns out that smooth, slippery, cylindrical objects are just not the best candidate for moving straps, but they work super well on less round objects, like, say, dryers. Although I will say I do need to shorten them a little bit. I need to sew a few more slots because they were clearly manufactured with taller people, probably men, in mind. Next, while Phil worked on getting the shower hooked up once and for all, I left to run a fun little errand. All right, so I am on the way to pick up a lamp that I found on Marketplace. It is not just any lamp, it is an Art Deco lamp from the 1920s, which honestly is just gonna fit so well with all of the other Art Deco style hardware that I've got going on in the house. Got a really good deal from it. Oh, thank you. Got a really good deal on it, and it was such a weird experience. I wrote the woman, she was selling this lamp as one of 3, so there was the lamp I would like, and then there was a pair, and she was selling all 3 for $100. So I wrote her and I said, is there any way you'd let just the one go for a separate price? What would you like for it? And she said, no, I want to sell all 3 as a lot. And I said, okay, thank you. That was it. That was fine for me. And then not 20 seconds later, she kind of came back and was like, well, actually, she said, well, actually, I'll consider selling just the one. What would you like to pay for it? What would you offer for it? So I said, well, you know, it's 1/3 of the lot and I'm not breaking up the pair. You'll still have the matching pair. So I was thinking roughly 1/3 of the original asking price. So, you know, something like $35. To which her response was, ha! So I thought, oh, okay, she's insulted. She doesn't want to take my offer. She's not going to give it to me. So I just left it at that. And once again, within 20 seconds, got another response from her saying, well, actually, okay, I'd rather see it get sold and used than not sold at all. So fine, $35 it is. So I'm gonna go pick up this lamp for $35. So yeah, let's go. Ta-da! There she is. Super, super cute. The woman was really nice. Turns out she was also from Montreal. She actually used to live very close to where we live in Montreal. And fun fact, it is rewired for North American plugs, which is really fun. It's gorgeous. It's got the most lovely patina. I'll show you some close-ups when we get back home, but I'm super excited. Best $35 I've spent so far. All right, let's get home and do something fun with this guy. Maybe give you a closer look. We have a lot of heavy cast iron radiators in the house that will eventually need to be moved out, so we decided to save some time and our backs and build a dolly to help us move them around. Out of recycled wood from the basement, of course. We started with this radiator because Phil had to go back to Montreal in a couple days, and while he was gone, I wanted to start cleaning up the bedroom, but, you know, I didn't feel like trying to move a cast iron radiator all by myself. Yeah, nice. Out of here. This was the first radiator that we pulled out, but it definitely set a trend of revealing old wallpaper shards hidden behind its fins. Wow. Is that just raw plaster underneath it? I think it is.
So. Although, here's some texture.
Huh. That might have been the original wallpaper. Cute. So now would be a great time to ask if anybody out there in my vast viewership is or knows of historic wallpaper experts that I can talk to, because like I said, this has been a recurring theme in this house. You're only a few episodes in and already you've seen a couple different wallpapers, not to mention that I'm several months ahead of you in reality, and spoiler, I found a bit more, and I would absolutely love to get an estimate on when some of these date to. Although I realize it's probably not an exact science, science because I imagine that wallpaper fashion, kind of like other various historical fashions, is cyclical, and that these wallpaper samples could potentially match up with a few different eras as they kind of come back into fashion. That's not to mention that it's also been really hard to tell sometimes if a wallpaper is the original wallpaper for that wall or if it's just, you know, the most resilient layer and has destroyed or consumed previous wallpapers. I'm basically left to guess eras and time frames based purely on the aesthetics and art style, which that's definitely not my forte. This, for example, doesn't strike me as original to the house, which was built in 1902 and would have been more Art Nouveau style. So think undulating asymmetrical lines, organic shapes and curves and botanicals. Think that muha print in my sewing room. This, to me, reads as maybe more 30s, possibly 40s to me, but again, I'm no expert, so definitely weigh in if you think you know when this dates to or if you have sources that I could turn to research it. Also, if anyone out there has experience trying to remove historic wallpaper samples while preserving them, please let me know. Shoot me your tips and tricks down in the comments beyond, you know, the common sense precautions of masking, wearing gloves, washing your hands, all that, because I do know that antique wallpaper adhesives can be nasty stuff, but be sure to let me know because I do have a few areas in the house where I've revealed some historic wallpaper and then just kind of left the wall halfway unfinished in hopes of finding a better removal technique that doesn't destroy the wallpaper in the process, because I would love to save them all, to frame them, eventually make a nice gallery wall of all the wallpapers that we find in the process of renovating this house. But at the moment, it's proving tricky to get them off the wall without destroying them. But for now, moving from walls to ceilings, because the next thing on the list was to temporarily secure some crumbling plaster on one of our ceilings, and that has led to an absolutely iconic click from the channel, so please enjoy it in its fullest.
The goal is to spread the load. Now it's just to prevent it from getting worse.
Maybe start where it's less, like in this corner here. How's that?
Now, I know this isn't proper plaster technique. I do know how to repair plaster, and I'm prepared to do a ton of it in this house, but that wasn't my goal. I didn't want to drag out all the supplies and the 8-foot scaffolding and mess up one of the only clean rooms in the house. I just wanted to make sure that a chunk of plaster didn't come crashing down on our heads as we ate dinner, which it definitely looked like it was threatening to do. That's a definite improvement. That'll do for now. Not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. So our neighbor, the one who lives right next door to us, he's the one who actually gave us the chainsaw and all the help cutting down the trees yesterday around the property. He just swung by this evening with a replacement blade for the chainsaw so that we could finish chopping everything up, which in and of itself is absolutely just so sweet. I absolutely love it. He's so nice. But Phil decided to give him a tour of the house because he's never actually seen the interior, just the exterior. So Phil's in there right now giving him a tour. In the meantime, I have been loading some of the good wood and molding from the basement and the attic. We've been storing it here on the table. I've been moving it inside because it looks like it's gonna rain and I don't want it to get wet. And every time I go into the house, I can just hear Tim oohing and eyeing and just a whole wide range of explanations about our house and things that he's finding, and it's absolutely adorable. I love listening to other people discover our house and get excited about it in the same way that I am. So I thought if we were really quiet, we could probably get a little sneak peek, just show you guys, give you a little listen, because it's hilarious and it's absolutely adorable. So if we're really quiet here, I bet we can listen to Tim.
Oh my lord.
And I found some tapes for it. So we're gonna dive in.
You found some tape for this in the house?
Yeah. We're coming to Cavern of Wonders.
Oh, is this the attic? Holy mother. I see what you mean.
It's full.
That's definitely 40s and 50s, right? Oh, you guys will just have a field day with this stuff.
That's why I become millionaire.
Ah, there you go, hockey card. That's what you mean. You never know. Hockey card, you can find an old Gretzky one.
Yeah.
looks like a base of a table. Like it looks like a hospital table, you know, like a dentist office or something.
There's a lens in there. Either kaleidoscope, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's a parrot thing. See, it's the.
Oh my lord!
It's a long.
It
It's a
is.
sight.
That's funny as hell. You guys are gonna have to open up like a
Yeah, a little antique shop.
well, not only that, just a website. Just take pictures of all this stuff. Every one of them $25. Hands down, $25. Boom, 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 boom. They're going like a heartbeat.
So something else happened that day that I didn't film in real time because I didn't realize it was happening until Phil told me about it later, but it is relevant to the history of the house and also to future episodes, so I'm going to mention it now. Just plant the seeds so you have context for it later. And basically, Phil had gone outside to take some drone shots of the house, try and get some footage of what it looked like before we cut all the trees down, you know, get that nice before-after montage. And while he was in the middle of doing that, he got a surprise visit from the owner of the house immediately next to us, which it's neighbor Tim's house, except that Tim is actually renting it from someone. And that someone turns out to be basically the largest developer in the area. Now, why was one of the largest developers in the area swinging by for a visit? Neighborly small town curiosity in part, but also with a vested interest, so to speak, because it turns out that he also put a bid on this house. Now, if you know anything about large developers, it probably comes as no surprise to learn that he bid basically rock bottom on it. He kind of offered basically the price of the land and no more, because his intentions, if I had to guess, because he didn't actually state it, but his intentions were almost definitely to tear this house down too, to level it to the ground and to build new construction on it. New construction, pretty much exactly like the one that Tim lives in, which, I mean, it is very serviceable and practical in its own way, but it also has absolutely zero charm or history, and it wouldn't even actually house any more people than this current duplex if you would just fix up both sides so that two families could live in them. In fact, arguably, it could fit even more because this house is much bigger than Tim's. So anyway, that got me all fired up because prior to that moment, I had kind of had a feeling that buying this house was going to be the only way to save it from demolition, but it was like a hypothetical demolition. You know, I figured that it was so far gone that most people probably wouldn't bother with it, and trust me, the comments on my house tour video have definitely confirmed that, but it was just kind of a theoretical feeling. Now, I knew basically for a fact that I probably just saved this house and this piece of history. And it also got me really wondering, what was there on the lot next to us before he got his hands on it? Like, was it another grand Victorian mansion like ours that he just razed to the ground to build Tim's house? I don't know, it got my curiosity all fired up and I really wanted to know. So Phil and I are gonna take some time in a future episode, probably next week. We're gonna go back in the Google Map time machine and we're gonna see if we can learn what was on Tim's lot before Tim's current house was built. But that's enough speculation for now. Let's get to some demolition. So as you can probably tell, the dumpster was rapidly filling up and we weren't actually allowed to fill it past the level of the top of the dumpster. So we had to start breaking down wood into the smallest pieces possible just to make sure that we could cram everything in there, but that it wouldn't exceed the top of the dumpster. The enthusiasm for defenestration and window yeeting related merch continues because I had a couple lovely designs submitted by enthusiastic viewers that I really just wanted to share with y'all, because I know I can gripe about the keyboard warriors and the anonymous asshats of the internet every now and then, but honestly, the vast majority of you are absolutely lovely, and you've offered your support and services and words of encouragement, and then a couple of you took the time out of your day to create some fantastic designs. So I just want to share it and celebrate the positive side of this community as well, because these designs are stinking cute. So the first one comes from Malia J, who sent me this design on Instagram, and I love that this makes me instantly think of the doors of Durin.
Speak, friend, and enter.
Speak, friend, and enter, which I feel like I need to have hung not only above the doors to this house, but also metaphorically to this channel. Speak, friend, and enter. Speak, snark, and you're gonna get called out. One of my patrons also said that they loved this design because it could be considered a threat, which definitely also gave me a good giggle. Watch out, or it'll be the defenestration station for you. Then this next one is from patron member Kristen P, and I love the inclusion of the corgi, which she snagged from the raw footage, and I know that a couple of you caught it too because you mentioned it in the comments. It was completely unplanned, but it was just serendipitous timing that there was a curious corgi in the window as I went to shoot that footage, and so I left it in, and now it's made its way into this artwork, which is absolutely adorable. Now, I probably won't use either of these as official merch designs, but I just thought it was a fantastic jumping off point for my own inspiration, and I just loved the artsy enthusiasm that these viewers had for the project, so I wanted to share it with you. And also, just thank you all for being here, watching the videos, supporting the channel with your time and your kind words and your encouragement. And also a quick note, if you are a graphic artist and you're interested in working with me to design some actual merch, please shoot me an email. I would definitely love to design it myself. It is something I enjoy doing, but I'm also very short on time these days.
So now that it's raining, we can see what's happening with the gutter situation. So lots of water coming out here, creating all the damage. And also the general roof just splatters like crazy right here. Probably what rotted this here. So we need gutters.
So we've got water outside the house, which means we also have water inside of the house because of our lacking gutters and our leaking foundation. But we also have water inside the house in a good way because Phil, hero of the hour, did finish hooking up the shower. So we were able to have our first shower in the house all week. And let me tell you, it was absolutely amazing. I just want you all, next time you take a warm shower or a hot bath, to pause and really, truly appreciate the wonder that is hot water at the turn of a handle. The wonders of indoor plumbing. So we're making good progress here. We got the washer hooked up, we got the shower connected, we got our first radiator out, and we exposed our second antique wallpaper. And we'll continue exposing more things, like hopefully our foundation, in next week's video as we keep chipping away at those nasty trees around our house. Let's make a cup of coffee and go see how much water is in the basement.
Airflow.
I definitely see a few layers that look like wood. So Phil and I are potentially two of the only people to go to the dump and leave with more stuff in the car than when we arrived. First, I think you need to show the good folks your pajama pants.
La 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 dum dum dum. Space, Ewoks, Star Wars, Christmas.
Terrible video footage.
Hello friends, and welcome back to my 120-year-old Victorian duplex that I bought sight unseen here in Nova Scotia last summer. I'm Shannon Makes, fixer-upper by day, circus artist by night, and we are on episode 7 on our path to restoring and rehabilitating this dilapidated beauty of a house. At this point, we were roughly 2 weeks into the process. We were still very much in the triage phase. We were doing preliminary assessment of the state of the house and determining the best order of tackling the numerous problems that we were facing. And if you would like a more detailed breakdown on what those problems are, I would recommend this video, my top 10 list of old house woes. So yesterday night marked our first shower in the house, thank goodness, but it also marked our first rain while we were here. We've been very lucky and it has been incredibly dry so far, which has been great for getting all the renovation work done. However, it did rain last night, so I thought, let's make a cup of coffee and go see how much water is in the basement. So I'm gonna put on my willies and we're gonna go down and take a look and hope that it's not too much for the sake of this house and my soul. Well, the first side looks pretty good. It's slightly more damp than it was last night when we finished working on it, but that's pretty much to be expected given that we're at the bottom of a hill and we have no French drains. So I am not shocked. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Now it's time to go check out the other half of the basement because that's the one that was so horribly flooded when we first arrived. So that's clearly the side that has more problems, but it's also the side that has the sub pump. So let's go see if the sub pump is doing its job. So our good old friend Mr. Sub Pump is in the corner down there and is definitely much fuller. Like the level of water in the hole, it's all the way up to the top of the hole, which is more full than it was yesterday, again, when we were down here. And there is a tiny bit of standing water in the uneven surfaces because the floor is poured concrete. It's not at all even close to level, and there are lots of divots and such. And those divots are a little bit full of water, but like only a tiny bit because they're very shallow divots. So gonna be time to get the dehumidifier down in here today, and start drying everything out. But honestly, I'm thrilled. I was gonna be so heartbroken if we had done all that work and then one rain just came and flooded the whole thing again. Oof. So good news, I'm gonna go back upstairs, enjoy the rest of my coffee in peace, have some breakfast, talk with Phil, see what exactly we're gonna tackle today. But that's a great start to the morning. I'm thrilled my basement's not flooded. Ooh. Hui! 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 To throw it back to my crafty side for a second, if you'll remember, back in November while I was traveling to Budapest, I had experimented with some Victorian style crazy quilting. I upcycled a bag that I found in the garbage and I gave it a bit of a glow up, and in the process, I absolutely fell in love with the creativity and freedom of this style of quilting. So then, in December and January, I opened a P.O. box and put out a call for viewers' scraps, hoping to get enough that I could turn them into some sort of giant community patchwork project. Well, then pretty soon after that, I started releasing the house videos, and I'm sure some of you out there are wondering, okay, but like what happened to the scraps I sent you? Let me just say that the response blew me out of the water. I got so much mail, packages from all over the world, and there was just so much fabric that I actually haven't had time to open and properly sort through most of it. But of course, owning a house like this has certainly introduced plenty of opportunities for creative patchwork projects. And I think I've already found my first candidate here in the house. Actually, I think you've seen it too, although you probably didn't realize it at the time. So keep your eyes peeled and throw your guesses in the comments of what you think I'm gonna be making for my very first community patchwork project here in the house. So the next thing on the list was airing out our basement, because we've spent a lot of time over the previous days and videos emptying the basement out somewhat so that we could start to dry it out. And we are eventually gonna bring dehumidifiers downstairs, but we didn't have any, so in the meantime, we decided to rely on nature's dehumidifier, a Fresh Breeze.
Hey! Airflow, look at that.
Yeah. Okay, so now we gotta get some screening. And it was right about now, while I was walking around the foundation and opening all the basement windows, that I noticed that our house's walls were unusually thick, let's say. I talked about this in my previous video, but this, for the record, this was the precise moment that I noticed for the first time that our aluminum siding was sitting almost a full 6 inches away from the rest of the foundation, which seemed odd to me, and I decided to investigate. And just look at all those layers of siding that we've got. Now, it is hard to tell what all is under there from this view, but I definitely see a few layers that look like wood. And maybe the comment section is gonna hate me for this. There's probably gonna be some mixed reactions, but me personally, I would rather have the old wood siding back over this hodgepodge of aluminum and vinyl crap that we currently have on the house. But our time here at the house for this particular visit was limited. I was only going to be there for another couple weeks. Phil was leaving in a few days even, so I wasn't about to go start tearing off siding then and there to investigate, no matter how much I was actually dying to. No, I decided that my curiosity would have to wait, especially since it was right about then that our dumpster guy showed up to pick up the now completely packed dumpster. Oh, where's the goodest doggo? Oh, who's that? Now, a couple of weeks ago in my top 10 old house woes video, I talked about the drainage system at the house and how we were at the bottom of this big hill and we'd need to be regrading a lot of the land around the house in order to keep basically the river of water out of our basement, because we have a lot of water down there every time it rains or the snow melts. And I got a handful of comments, very astute comments, asking me, well, what are your neighbors doing? What are they doing to drain their water? And are they basically dumping their water onto your property? A very valid question, and one that I had not actively even considered until that video. So I was outside today and I noticed this. So this is the neighbor's very purposeful water drainage system right there. All that water dumps out onto the street that is between their property and my property. And most of it should get funneled into the drain that's right there on the corner. And what doesn't get funneled into the drain just flows around the corner, thanks to the curbs, and goes down the street on the side of my house. So following a somewhat informal conversation, admittedly, with the city worker who came out to locate where our water main was on our property, basically their responsibility is to shoot their water on their property somewhere. They can't dump it out onto city property, they can't dump it onto my property, but they're not. So what they're doing seems to be legal, and also, just thinking about it and reflecting on your comments, I don't necessarily want the safety of my house and its dryness to be reliant on what my neighbors are doing. That this doesn't seem like a great policy long term. Houses can change hands, and what they're doing right now is plenty legal. Honestly, I don't think I'm getting their water. Their water is getting shuttled almost entirely onto the street next to me. So there's not a whole lot that I can ask them to do. So it's gonna come down to me, and I feel pretty confident saying that we can regrade the whole house. And you know, there are plenty of things that we can do to keep our property dry that doesn't involve needing to rely on the neighbors. So I do appreciate the comments. It got me thinking. It was something I hadn't considered before, but also, and I don't think I'm gonna go knocking on their door and asking them to change what they've clearly already installed and what seems to be quite in compliance with our city's policies. So the basement didn't flood, our dumpster got carried away, and we have now a driveway. So now I have gotten some giant garbage cans. I have the lovely job of taking all that sludge that's sitting in the basement and getting it out of there and into here so that hopefully the basement can finally start to dry out for real. For real, for real. An unenviable job, to be sure, but someone's got to do it, right? Holy balls, that is heavy. Phil and I are potentially two of the only people to go to the dump and leave with more stuff in the car than when we arrived. But to be fair, it was totally worth it. It was a great trade-off. We arrived with a car full of nasty, sludgy mud, and we drove off with actually some pretty cool, usable things, at least for us in our circumstances. So first of all, we have a laundry room sink, which is in very good condition. It doesn't seem to be cracked or anything. It's just a little bit dirty and worse for wear, but that's perfect for us. It's going to be great for when we are in the stage where we're painting things, or honestly even now, just to have somewhere to wash out things like mops that isn't in the kitchen sink, because that's kind of the only solution we have at the moment. So that was super useful. Also, this fun little Tupperware, which we originally took just for the Tupperware to have another, container for hauling stuff, but also actually it was totally full of usable rags. I mean, they're old, you can tell, you can see why someone threw them away because they're kind of permanently stained, but we don't care, we need rags around here. So we've got some really cute stuff, even like a cute little vintage dish towels. I'm totally digging it. So yeah, a very profitable trip to the dumpster. Plus also we learned that, yeah, they accept all that sludge that's in our basement. My entire trunk full of containers ended up being about $50 almost exactly that we got rid of. So there's probably another 3 or 4 at least car trips full. So not cheap, but not too bad, especially considering, after that, the basement can hopefully dry out for good. So that's probably what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're probably gonna take another trip to the dump, at least one, if not 2, just filling the car up with containers and buckets and trash cans full of sludge and emptying that out. The woman there loves Canal because, of course, who doesn't love Canal? So she got lots of treats and biscuits, and you never know, maybe we'll come back with even more treasures that people are throwing away. I've gotten several requests in the comments in the past months from viewers, some of you who wanted to contribute, be a part of the project, but either couldn't commit to or weren't interested in an ongoing monthly commitment like Patreon. And a lot of you were asking if I had an Amazon wish list, which I didn't because I'd never heard of one. So there were enough comments asking about this thing that I looked into it and it seems interesting, so I decided to open one. Now, if you, like me, had never heard of one before, basically it functions like a sort of gift registry. Let's say I go on Amazon, I add items to this public list that would be helpful to us in the renovations, and if you have the link, you can go purchase something off of it and it will get shipped to me. Now, I didn't want to go adding a bunch of really expensive items that felt very presumptuous of me. So I basically just filled this list with a lot of the smaller things that we're kind of constantly having to go through and replace on a regular basis, like garbage bags and all kinds of useful tapes, replacement blades for some of our tools, screws, things like that. I want to make it clear that I don't want anybody to feel obligated to contribute, not at all. It's only for those of you, if you were asking about it, if you wanted to contribute to the project, but on a more one-off sort of thing. This could be a fun option. Everybody, I don't love Amazon, but everybody knows how to use it. It's very accessible. So I've made one, and if you want to look at it, the link is down below. And if not, that's totally fine, no obligation. I am just happy to have you here watching the videos every week. Leave me a fun little comment, give me a thumbs up, maybe join me for the premiere if you're available. But other than that, just don't worry about it. Now, I've realized, based on many of your comments on the previous tree trimming video, that there was hardly any footage of me using the chainsaw, but rest assured, I didn't let Phil have all the fun that day, and I wasn't about to this day either. So on day 1 of tree trimming, we'd tackled all the easy bits, and now we were left with the trickier trees, ones that maybe needed a ladder, or were close to power lines, or the street. This set of trees was close to both the street and to the main power line coming into the house, so we really had to make sure that the tallest trunk especially fell the right way. We were pretty confident that it was going to be okay, but we definitely took our time setting it up. Yep! Then we found ourselves on the roof, faster and cheaper than buying a ladder.
Uh-oh.
Exactly what I want to hear when we're stuck on a roof with a chainsaw.
Do it until it burps once or twice, like 1 or 2 fires, and then choke in and start. That's what I've been doing this whole time.
I don't know. Maybe it's gasoline.
Maybe it's kaput.
Kaput skis. Hey, at least we got a good view. So I got bored while I was waiting for Phil to fix this, and I started looking around at the facade. And this was the first time I got a real up-close look at the exact way the house was falling apart. And it actually told me a lot about what was going on, what the problems might be, and reinforced that we were going to need to do some more investigation on this section of the house real soon. Then I made a fun discovery. I think I understand. So I think there used to be a molding that went around the top here that they had to cut out for, that probably got damaged in the hurricane. Then they took it down and resided this, ignoring all the rot. But I bet there used to be a nice fancy molding here. That might be where the corbels came from. But look, that's siding under there, and it used to be like gray or blue. I want it back.
If your chainsaw won't start, here are the top 5 most probable causes.
So, what was it?
It was flooded.
Then it was back onto the roof, and I don't want to condone or promote some of the methods that we used, so please enjoy some vaguely obfuscated shots. This is never making it onto YouTube. The next tricky part was getting down all the stumps that were growing basically right in our foundation. Well, it all used to be growing on our house. Now it's
Decorating them.
Now it's decorations, yes. All in your hair. Hey, we got showers.
Good timing.
So by the end of the day, we'd gotten nearly all the trees down from around the perimeter, and we can finally use the before and after shots that Phil took to fully appreciate the change made on the house. Now, I know there are probably some of you out there that are super bummed to see the foliage go, and on the principle of aesthetics, I fully agree that the house did look better, or at least less naked with at least a couple of those trees. But on the other hand, you do get a much better sense of the architecture of the house when they're gone. When it's not hidden by trees, you can really appreciate its shape and its features a bit more. You can clearly see those mirrored bay windows that I absolutely love. Plus, we do have to look, at the larger picture of the fact that they were destroying our foundation, and our house sits on the foundation, so there wasn't really much choice. Hopefully, one day I can replant some trees in the front, but, a healthy distance away from the house. And this isn't the end of the road here for the trees. The stumps will have to come out at some point, just not right now. We might inject them with some poison. A lot of you suggested either rock salt or copper nails as slightly more environmentally friendly remedies, although the internet at large does seem to be divided on whether these work, but either way, they're fairly cheap, so probably worth a shot. And then we will eventually have to pull them out of there. But for now, a severe decapitation should help stunt their growth. We'll just add it to the list. Decapitation and defenestration. Basically, this is the renovation of medieval tortures. So it was another great week. We got a lot of stuff done, and all of that hard work will continue next week.
Whoever said renovating a house is supposed to be glamorous?
Wow.
Google 2012.
Here you can actually see the house a little bit. It looks like it probably also had some neat architecture. Oh, you can see the porch. Our porch was painted white. Everything was painted white. The stairs were like in good repair. So that gutter's been gone since at least 2014. And surprise corgi cameo in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, hi. Hi, what's going on? You having fun hiding back there? It's almost dinner time. Ugh. Hello friends, and welcome back to Shannon Makes, where we love wavy glass, original features, and prefer cozy concept over open concept. If you're new here, I'm in the process of renovating and restoring this gorgeous Victorian beauty here in Nova Scotia, and today we're going to use Google Maps and their time machine feature to sort of look back in time at the lot next door to us and find out if it was another equally gorgeous Victorian beauty before the local developer that we met in last week's episode decided to tear it down and replace it with a ticky-tacky little beige box. If we can prove that that house was a stunning piece of historical architecture, we can pretty definitively say once and for all that I saved this house from certain destruction. But first, we're gonna take a little field trip, get out and explore the shoreline because we have a mattress to pick up. For context, if you're new here, I bought this house sight unseen without touring it in person or even visiting the province it's located in. We just packed the car to the gills with tools and drove down from Montreal to Nova Scotia with exactly 0 furniture. So I arranged ahead of time for us to stop and pick up a secondhand mattress on our way down. You've seen it before, it's nothing spectacular, but it was cheap and it saved us from sleeping on the ground those first few days in the house. But it's also incredibly soft and it wasn't doing our backs any favors, so when this mattress popped up on Marketplace for free and was being advertised as firm, we hopped in the car and paid a visit to the seaside. To leave to go back to Montreal in 2 days, and so we've spent his remaining time at the house taking off some last errands on our list, things we wanted or needed to do together before I started on my solo adventure in the house. First thing on that list, picking up some lumber to redo the front balcony. Currently, it was in a really sad state. It was technically usable and the floor is actually in pretty good shape, just needs a little sanding, but the built-in benches were on the verge of collapse, having rotted through in several points, and since I do tend to take my coffee out there most mornings, it felt like a quick little home improvement project. Now, I wasn't planning on getting any plants, but they were on sale for $1.50, and I figured a house could use a little color and life, so I threw some in my cart. To go home, drop off the wood and the mattress, and load the car up for one last trip to the dump because there were a couple containers left that were so full of sludge that neither of us could lift them by ourselves.
Good morning. How you doing? Pretty good. the price difference? I don't know what are the rates. What's the...
After doing a preliminary little scout of the other dumpsters to see if anyone before us had dumped perfectly good items that we wanted to scavenge, we then continued to dump out all this material. And I know a lot of you asked in last week's video why we couldn't just keep this on our property instead of paying to dump it. And first of all, we need less soil on our land, not more. So getting rid of it, definitely better. And also, secondly, it's not just dirt, it's full of tons of broken glass and rusted metal shards, old car parts, and just basically all sorts of other nastiness that I don't want on my property where my dog roams freely and where I walk barefoot in the summer. So for me, it was just a small price to pay to free up our basement. And no, don't worry, I'm not removing so much dirt that my foundation is gonna collapse around me.
Did you get lucky? Did you get some kibbles?
Hello friends! I regret that I have to come in here for this little PSA, but last weekend, as many of you know, I had this fun little incident where a scam account popped up, took my profile photo and my channel description, and then pretended it was me and went around to several of my videos responding to your comments, trying to get personal information from some of you. Some of the comments were trying to get you to call a number. I don't know. I reported it to YouTube as soon as I found out about it, and it seems like it was taken care of pretty quickly. They closed the false account, and I don't think any harm was done, but should it happen again, I just want you to know, I hate telephones. I'm never gonna try to get you to call a number. I don't want any of your personal information. The most personal thing I might do is to ask you to DM me on Instagram, to share photos if you're, if we're having a conversation about some sort of creative endeavor you're working on and I want to see it. Eventually, once I hit 100,000 subscribers, then I can get that little check mark on my name, which I guess is a good remember to subscribe if you're not already, but until then, if you see a comment from me that looks a little odd, hesitate and apply some critical thinking. Some good ways to know if you're really talking to the actual me or not: a healthy level of snark, an overly enthusiastic use of exclamation points, a tendency towards the British spelling of things, and above all, a healthy hatred of telephones. Now, unfortunately, that scam attack happened within literal minutes of me having made another completely legitimate community post about the problems with the Amazon wish list. Let me tell you, it was just the weekend of technical issues and headaches, because some of you very generously tried to use it, but then reported that you weren't able to for many reasons, and there were just a lot of problems. Now, I do know a few of you were successful because some of them have already arrived. Thank you so much. But if you weren't successful, don't worry. It's not on your end, it's the Amazon system. There are lots of privacy concerns and international shipping issues, and I'm happy to report that I think I have it all sorted out, so it should be working. But also, some helpful viewers did pitch in to come up with creative alternatives. All you need for that is my email, which is down in the description. And for those of you who feel weird or inappropriate buying online creators gifts, I get that. I totally respect that. It's a very valid opinion, and I'm not gonna judge you at all for it. Like, I don't expect any of you to buy me anything, but I do ask you to remember that it is just that, an opinion. And as a somewhat public figure with an online platform, I'm subjected to roughly 30,000 opinions every week from all of you, and they are as beautifully vast and varied as you are. So while I would never have suggested a wish list myself, and I certainly don't expect it from anyone, when viewers asked for it, I did decide to do it, to start one and let people pitch in for those of you who wanted to be a part of this house's history if you want to. So if that's not for you, the videos will still appear on YouTube for free, the same as they always have. Nothing about that is changing, and I hope you understand. Okay, I think that's all with the nasty, boring online stuff. Let's go get back to the fun, in the house, sludge slinging stuff. Quick refresher, in case you're new here, a couple episodes ago, we learned that Phil met the big shot local developer who had also put a bid on our house. Now, because he bid rock bottom, he didn't get it, obviously, but my assumption is that if he had purchased it, he almost definitely would have demolished it rather than trying to renovate it. He didn't say as much, so we don't know, but I kind of figure that if we discover that the house next door to us also used to be a grand Victorian era house that he demolished for modern construction, I think it's quite safe to say that our house would have met the same fate.
All right. I've actually never done this before. I mean, I've done Time Machine, but I've never done it for Google.
Just Google it.
Drag Pegman onto the map. Click see more dates.
Ah, we can see the tree growing. It was so small back then.
Oh my gosh.
It was kind of cute there.
And he's got a little pickup.
Yeah, it would park on this side. Just face it.
Wow.
Alright.
It's hidden under so many trees. Also, this house is different too.
We might be able to see more.
From different angles, you
Yeah,
think?
like move.
I really can't see any of this architecture.
Can we zoom?
But like here, you can actually see the house a little bit.
Oh yeah. Okay. 2 full a floor and a
At
half.
least a floor and a half. It looks like it probably also had some neat architecture.
Yeah. We might be able to see more from
the back.
From the back.
Yeah, let's go around the back. Let's see what we can see.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Maybe one more.
Google Maps wasn't giving us many answers because there were just far too many trees to see through. It was basically like a jungle, so we decided to try Google Earth instead. Unfortunately though, the resolution is pretty garbage for all of the years before that original house was torn down.
So it looks like it was, from the size of the roof, it looks like it was the same footprint-ish as ours, but we
bigger maybe.
learned nothing about the architecture.
Okay, so that was pretty inconclusive, unfortunately. So having discovered all we could about the neighbor's house, it does seem like a fairly safe assumption based on the little glimpses that we got, that it was another fairly large, possibly Victorian era house. There certainly are plenty around here, so it wouldn't be unusual. Plus, that roof line, those giant windows, it does strongly look like it used to be a big Victorian era home, standing right where Tim's little duplex now sits. Interrupt here because breaking update, newsflash, this just in, and I do mean literally because that segment that you watched was filmed back in July, but just a couple days ago I got this. This is from Ronnie, obviously. He is another super sweet neighbor. We met him in part because our land actually butts up against his, which actually reminds me that I haven't shown you our property lines yet, and I will do that in a future episode because they're not what you would expect, and we actually have kind of a surprising amount of land. But anyways, back to Ronnie. He is in his mid-60s, I'd say, and I dearly hope that I'm half as cool as he is when I'm his age, because he is so active. He's always out there working on his house or his lawn. He's DIY'd basically his entire house. If he doesn't know how to fix something, he'll Google it or find a YouTube video. Basically, he doesn't let anything stop him. He's not afraid to try things, and he has an amazing selection of tools. He's lived in his house for a bit over 20 years, and naturally then when we met him, we did at some point ask him about the house that used to be there, because he lives just on the other side of Tim's. Tim's house, the house in question, is basically sandwiched right between our two houses. And he said yes, it did used to be a really big house. Yes, it seemed to be old, and then he gave us this, which he thinks he has some photos of that house on it. Now, obviously, these are photos of his house, kind of around the time that he bought it, but he does think that you can see the other house in the background. So we might have an answer to our question, but unfortunately, neither Phil nor I have CD readers on our computers with us, so we are probably gonna have to go down to the library or something like that to open this up, and we just haven't had time to do that yet. So please look forward to the continuation of this saga in upcoming episodes. Just don't have anything for you this exact moment. But anyways, as you saw, we'd hit a bit of a dead end with Tim's house and Google Maps, so instead we switched gears and started investigating the history of our own house.
Go to 2009. So they had tall here. See, this one was already tall, but then they had chopped it, and then they had regrew in 2012.
But when we chopped it down, that was like a hefty stump.
I know, but in 2012 they had chopped it. It had regrown. They had chopped it. It had regrown.
Oh, you can see the porch. Our porch was painted white. Everything was painted white. The stairs were like in good repair. Roof's in good shape. Okay, so they did have a gutter here. Look.
Yeah.
They did have a gutter on that. We'll go around the back.
Absolute forest.
Wow, there were so many trees there.
I go with 2012. So now the trees have been cut.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that whoever bought this house cut all the trees even though they're not his to cut. Even though it's our lot, he cut them all. Whatever, I guess, but it's a shame because it took a lot of shade away from that.
Was the gutter already gone? Yep.
Yep. So that gutter's been gone since at least 2014 and since 2012.
Okay, so decay has started.
Oh yeah, look at this gutter is also detached already in 2014.
Yeah.
Phil's last day at the house was spent running more miscellaneous errands, including going to pick up a bed frame for the bedroom redo that I had planned. But there was one thing that happened that last day that was both interesting and comical and fairly well documented.
Hello.
You're so high we don't see you. Wave. Oh, that's so silly.
So why is Phil some 15 meters up in a tree on his last day at the house? Well, we wanted to get some drone footage from the house, the after shots from last week's before-after montage, but obviously things didn't go quite as planned. Jacob, you're probably laughing right now at this all too familiar sight because this is not the first time that Phil has lost his drone in a tree, but it is one of the taller trees he's lost it in.
I'm trying to see it. I don't know where it is. Because here I have access to cut any branch I want. Just find the right one. Oh, okay, I see it. Haha, yeah, it's pretty stuck.
So once he located the drone and then managed to climb the tree with a sawzall in hand, he did end up shaking the drone loose while I waited at the bottom with a t-shirt just spread across my outstretched arms, kind of like one of those old school firefighter safety nets you see, and sure enough, I was able to catch it before it hit the concrete. Everything turned out just fine. The drone still works, and it was just a very comical moment to wrap up the first trip for Phil at the house.
Yeah, is it drone rescue day, huh? Got it.
So then Phil went back to Montreal while I stayed on at the house with some fun plans to make that bedroom significantly more aesthetic and livable and clean. My first day alone in the house, I had planned to be just a relaxing day full of pretty mundane chores and paperwork, everything that had been sort of neglected in the crazy rush of the past 2 weeks, but that did not go entirely as planned. Well, friends, I was not originally planning on filming today because, as you can probably hear, my voice is not all there. So I was just planning on sitting around the house and editing, maybe go out to Starbucks for some internet, do some basic chores, things that didn't require being filmed or speaking, but I just got a great deal on a dehumidifier on Marketplace. It was originally posted for 50 bucks. I got it down to 40, and I think this is just gonna make my life way simpler because now I can just leave that one permanently down in the basement and I don't have to keep hauling the one that we have all over the house trying to dehumidify everything. So let's go get a dehumidifier, shall we? And wouldn't it be just my luck that on the way home from picking up the dehumidifier, I also found a free mirror on the side of the road. And while we're not exactly at a loss for mirrors around here, having already found some pretty cool antique ones in the house, a more modern mirror still seemed like a good find, especially for future crafting projects. Well, it may not be glamorous, but it's cheap and it's functional, and I think it's gonna save me a lot of time and effort in the coming days. But besides, whoever said renovating a house is supposed to be glamorous?
Let's see here.
He's like, wow, they're really fixing up the place. Look at him checking out our sink, seeing what he wants from our scrap metal pile.
welcome or welcome back to my slowly crumbling Victorian duplex here in Nova Scotia. I'm Shannon Makes, garbage defenestrator by day, circus artist by night, and here's the current situation. Phil, my renovation partner in crime, left to go back to Montreal as we saw a couple episodes ago, and I ended up with a few weeks alone in the house before I would also go back. And it was my goal during that time to completely overhaul our bedroom. I wanted to get one room in the house to a very clean, livable state for so many reasons that I'll go into in a second, but also because it seemed like a wise decision to limit my activities in the house to ones that were slightly safer, especially considering that I was going to be alone by myself in a new city and I didn't know anybody in case of accidents. So for the next few episodes, I'm gonna be solo, we're gonna have some fun, we're gonna do some things that are a little bit more aesthetic. There will still be plenty of sludge slinging and heavy lifting, lots of sweat, but it's just gonna be a little bit more restrained. Don't worry, Phil will come back, we'll tackle the gutters and the heating systems together, but for now, all you've got is me. And Canal, don't worry, we still have Canal. So let's go hand it off to past Shannon, who's gonna explain why we're focusing on the bedroom. Well, hello friends. I apologize for both the echo and the incredibly loud traffic sounds. There's no furnishings in this room whatsoever, so it's very, very echoey. I'm sorry, I have a spider web on my nose. There are spider webs all over this house. So anyway, I'm kind of in the middle of, or just starting to redo our bedroom. But in order to redo that room, I kind of need to relocate the bedroom temporarily, and it's gonna be in this room where I'm standing. So that means I have to clean this room out first, then move all the stuff over, and then I can start on that room. Why do I have to clean this room out? Because I know how renovations go, and I know that they're gonna drag out and take forever, and that it's gonna be really nice to have one room that is done-ish. I say done-ish because like, I know I'm not going to probably strip the paint off the woodwork. I'm not going to like go crazy repairing the plaster. I'm just going to patch some holes. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint and gonna make it a more livable bedroom situation because right now I'm basically camping in that bedroom. So insider scoop here, because I filmed a bunch of stuff with the goal of making it into one nice bedroom overhaul video. Mainly because I figured I could probably come up with a catchy title and a cool thumbnail, and that's just generally the type of video that people are more likely to click on. However, looking back at all the footage I took, and especially after starting to try and edit it together, it ended up being terrifyingly long. Like, it would have been at least an hour-long video. So instead, what I decided to do is I've kind of broken it up a bit. So you're gonna get like little bits and bobs of the bedroom reno kind of just like sprinkled here and there over the next few episodes, especially those sections that were a little more tangential to the main bedroom video. And then at the end, we're gonna do one video dedicated entirely to the bedroom overhaul with a nice little reveal at the end. And hopefully these little segments are just gonna add some extra context and background to that main video. Here's the room where I need to clean out. It's actually a very lovely room. I hope to eventually make it a sewing space at some point because it is, first of all, it's on the second floor, so it gets in a lot of nice light. It's also got 2 windows, which is gonna be also fun for adding a lot of light in here. One of them has a very deep windowsill, which is gonna be perfect for sitting on and looking out the window, which I would do so that it's filthy. It's also got this really weird closet behind me. That is a later addition. It's in drywall. It's not very well done. It's kind of ugly. I can see why somebody wanted a closet in here, but it's very slapshod. The radiator here extends into the closet. They literally just cut it out a hole in the closet wall and the radiator goes into the closet, which honestly seems like not the best idea and a little bit to defeat the purpose, but hey, somebody was getting creative. This room, it's not horrible. Honestly, it does have some issues on this wall with the wallpaper coming off and a little bit of plaster issues, but nothing too bad. It does look like some animal probably used this corner as a litter box. I've been slowly patching together the pieces of the story. It seems like it was owned by a slightly older couple. Last spring, the husband died. He was a plumber, and it seems like he was kind of in charge of running all the systems, let's say, of the house. And this is a large house, so when he died, it kind of all fell to the wife to take care of that, and I think he just never really taught her how to do it, or maybe just something slipped through the cracks. But anyway, another piece of the puzzle that I just found out from my neighbor across the street was that The wife then had a stroke at some point. I'm not sure where exactly that fits into the timeline. She also appears to have a small dog that was living with her. That's what I gather from the neighbors as well. So my guess is that the dog was using a couple of these rooms as a litter box, probably because like the woman was maybe not in the right state of mind or physical health to get it outside enough to relieve itself outside. So I have found traces in a couple rooms that it was doing its business inside up here. So gonna give this room a good scrub down and then move all the bedroom stuff in here. So the floorboards in here are the original wide pine planks, which had these absolutely giant gaps between them, which means that cleaning these was extra fun because there was just all sorts of nastiness that had sort of seeped into these cracks throughout the years. These floors were so dirty that it took multiple moppings and several buckets of water before the water was even close to running clean, and I lost count of the number of times I climbed those stairs, but after a couple of hours, I started to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Friends, we are so close to hitting 100,000 subscribers here on Shannon Makes, which I do realize these days it's more of a vanity metric than anything, but also it would just be a really amazing personal milestone for me. So if you are a frequent flyer here on the channel, if you find yourself tuning in week after week for every episode and you're not yet subscribed, please consider doing so because it would really mean a lot. Well, I just bought something on Marketplace that is super fun and funky and bright, and I think it's going to be a great addition to this house, but maybe not for a year or two, but it was a great deal, so I couldn't turn it down. Would you like to see what it is exactly that I'm talking about? Let's go take a look. So if you're thinking to yourself, Shannon, that looks an awful lot like a patio umbrella. Well, you would be right, that's exactly what it is. But it is not just any patio umbrella. It is huge, it is bright red, it cantilevers out so it gives shade like a good distance from the base. It has LEDs and they self-charge from a solar panel on top of the umbrella. How cool is that? So I did go looking online to see how much this type of umbrella retails for, and the cheapest version that I could find of it was on Amazon, of course, and it was 140 Canadian plus shipping plus, tax. So the fact that I got this for $60 was a fantastic deal. It was originally up for $75. I kind of wiggled it down to $60, and like I said, I don't think that I'm going to be able to use it in the house for another year or two. Just there are so many more important things right now than the backyard. The backyard feels very frivolous in a way, but it was such a good deal, and I have a whole house to store things in, so I said, you know what, I'm going to jump on this deal while it's there, and I'm sure down the road future me will be very happy to have it. Probably, honestly, it's been all these last hot, super sweaty days outside working in the sun that sort of made me jump on this purchase a little bit faster than otherwise. So that's the story with that. Now the other problem is going to be getting it out of my car, because it did take two of us to get it in there, but I am currently now back at my house, only one of us. So it's going to be a quite interesting process to wrangle it out of the car and get it in the house. What is it getting caught on? Oh, the stick shift. Heave. Oh! Nice. Yes, nice. Today's Today's patron question is a short one, and it's from Elaine, who wants to know what Canel's favorite part of the house is, and the answer is obviously the backyard. And speaking of backyards, let's go spend some time out there now. Okay, so that patron question felt like a bit of a cop-out, admittedly, so let's tackle another one, shall we? Because I got a few different versions of the same question, which is basically what order am I tackling the renovations in, and how are we determining that order? And I will say that it is kind of a very complicated juggling act, pun fully intended. We are balancing a lot of factors, such as, first of all, our schedules, like when can we be at the house in Nova Scotia versus when are we on contract? The other thing we're juggling is obviously our budgets, what we can afford, and then trying to balance what we can afford with which projects are the most urgent and which ones can or have to wait a little bit. Obviously, some of the improvements on the house are considerably more urgent. Those that are, keeping the house intact and preventing further decay, those are the ones that are going to come first. Other things that are, more aesthetic in nature, they're going to come later. Obviously, we wish we could tackle everything all at once, but that's just not realistic given our budget or our time frame. So some things that we'd like to get done more urgently, they're just not going to happen no matter how much we wish they would. And I think that's just a reality of home ownership on any sort of actual budget. So I will be doing occasional aesthetic things here and there just for like a mental break, but they're not going to be big budget items, and they're not going to be items that take a lot of time because we just can't afford to dedicate that time to something aesthetic when really we need to be throwing our time and money and labor into things like keeping the water out of our house. So that's just kind of a little summary of how we're deciding to do things in order. Also, another factor that we are kind of considering is that we do want to get the rental side done first so that we can rent it out and start to bring in a little bit of the money to cover costs to then continue working on our side of the house, because we don't mind living in a state of somewhat disrepair and chaos, but we definitely don't want to be renting the house out like that. So there's that also to consider. So full disclosure, the plan here was to put these flowers on my freshly renovated front porch. The front porch that didn't actually ever get renovated because I didn't get around to it before I had to leave on contract. But don't worry, they came back with me to Montreal. They lived happily ever after on my balcony all summer long. And if you're a fan of the channel, if you've been watching for a while, since at least last summer, you will have in fact seen them probably in some of my shots from last summer. So a few episodes back, I teased the very first community patchwork project that I would be doing here in the house, using all of those fabric scraps mailed in by you, viewers and fans of the channel. And in that episode, I asked y'all to guess what the first project here in the house would be, and I got a lot of great answers. Some of them even gave me some good ideas for future projects, but as of the time that I'm recording this, only 2 of you got it right, and it's that fainting couch from down in the basement. We've gotten a few glimpses of it here and there, but we never actually got a really good look at it. So I thought, let's go down to the basement, because yes, it is still down there months and months later, and take a closer look at what we're dealing with and chat about why I think it would be the perfect candidate for this patchwork project. Okay, so here it is. Still in our basement. It has sat down here through all of the trials and tribulations that our basement has seen, and that's because I knew right from the start that I wanted to keep it. So I kept it as dry as possible. We kind of shuffled it around various places in the basement to keep it out of the way and dry as much as we could, and it is still in pretty good shape, honestly, relative to the way we found it, because when we found it, it was in fact in a really rough state. But that's okay, it just makes it an even better candidate for a Shein and Makes glow up. So let's talk about it. Why is it a good candidate? First of all, because it's got the quintessential fainting couch shape. I have a history on this channel of saving and repurposing old fainting couches. I love the shape, and if you'd like to see its predecessor, you can go watch my corgi fainting couch for some good upcycling shenanigans and corgi content. The second thing that makes it a great candidate is that it's not the fanciest of couches, which on the one hand, it is kind of a shame, because sometimes I do see these really fabulous fancy couches with like crazy shapes and amazing intricate woodwork, and that is very much not this couch. This is a very utilitarian fainting couch, if there is such a thing. But I think that's actually gonna make it much easier to do. Like maybe one day I'll tackle a crazy, fabulous one, but I figured it was a good idea to start with something a little more manageable. Because as it is, there's already gonna be plenty of challenges to confront with this one, but I'm super excited to get started on it. It's not just gonna be sewing, like yes, I have to make the fabric that I will be reupholstering it with, but there's lots of woodwork to be done. I have to revitalize the wood that's here. I have to replace the chunks that are obviously missing. Let's just say it's gonna combine a lot of my passions into one big project. So I'll be doing a lot of little updates here and there throughout these episodes, just little progress reports, bite-sized chunks, and then maybe one big epic video dedicated to the couch once it's done. Many months from now. So that's the game plan. I figure I can always start making the fabric, and then if I need to want to change my mind, I can use it for another purpose later. Like I've got a lot of smaller, more manageable sized antique chairs strewn about the house that are in a very similar state of having good bones, but very sad dressing. So that's my current plan, and I hope you're excited to follow on because I am definitely excited to do it. I finally put some time aside in the day to get down to those more mundane chores that had been neglected in the crazy 2-week push that Phil and I had just done, and I will say that nothing makes mundane chores more tolerable than not having had proper running water in the house and not being able to easily wash clothes or dishes. Well, another day, another crisis. Things have hit the fan a little bit today. First of all, though, let me take a second to brag about how clean these floors are because I finally spent last night sweeping and cleaning them off, and then as soon as I got them mopped down, put a fan on them, which as it turns out was a really good thing because today's crisis is mold and mold remediation. Fun. So let me go walk you over to the area in question. So today's plans originally were, oh wow, I'm really orange. There we go. Today's plans were originally to be painting the bedroom upstairs. I finally got everything all sanded down, the walls are prepped and ready to be painted. However, late last night discovered the problem that is this. It's actually, you're like, how could you not have noticed that before? So here's what happened. Actually, while I was mopping this room over here, I had a tiny bit of extra water and I decided, oh, well, let me just mop up this little section down here. Assuming that it was goo, like not mold, but like other stuff. And you probably think that that's insane, but actually I have a similar spot down here, which it looks exactly the same. It's like this light colored grayish, you can kind of see parts of the wood floor through it. And it is just a layer of residue. Like it's like kind of a dry ash. I don't know what exactly it is, but it's clearly like there was something sitting here, a piece of furniture, and it's left over from that. I don't know. So I had assumed that this is the same sort of situation. I don't know. And then went to start washing it with the mop and it wasn't coming up. It wasn't reacting. And then because I was already down in that area, I noticed this. I'm going to give you a close up on it right now. Clearly mold spores pushing through the flooring of between the hardwood floor. Not a fan. Absolutely not a fan. So of course I panicked and went and put the second dehumidifier and the fan from my bedroom, everything downstairs, blowing as hard as possible, trying to circulate some air. So this morning, the question is what the heck to do about this. So I started by looking up any and all mold remediation services in my area. There are only 2 and they have horrible reviews, like absolutely horrible reviews.
So then I Googled, well, how do I get rid of mold? Because if we go look down in my basement, there is in fact a ton of mold, which we knew, and we were trying to circulate the air and dry it out down there, but apparently it is not getting better. Apparently it's getting worse because that mold in that floorboard was not there when we came here a week ago. So after having Googled something, because apparently I'm going to be tackling this myself because there's no mold remediation services in the area that seem worth the money, and because Phil is in Montreal, it seems like the game plan is going to be to go get a crap ton of box fans, like 4 or 5, and just try to circulate the air as much as possible to dry it out, and also just because mold has a hard time growing when the air is circulating. Then I'm gonna get a bit of bleach and mix up a solution of water, bleach, and a tiny bit of dish detergent. Gonna spray that on all the affected areas, leave it for an hour or 2, and then come back and oil up my elbows because we're gonna be doing a lot of scrubbing. The good news is that I already have the, the mask for it with all of the appropriate filters. I've already got the latex gloves, I've got some safety goggles. So in terms of protecting myself against it, I feel pretty good. I think I will go get a pair of long sleeves though, because it is summer, and as you can tell by the color of my face and the state of its general shininess, it's really hot out. So I don't have any long sleeves. So we're gonna go get some long sleeves, make sure I'm completely covered and staying safe. And then we're gonna be tackling this ridiculous situation, which I'm just crossing my fingers that it works, because if it doesn't, I legitimately don't know what to do. Right, let's go get some bleach. Actually, a new plan of attack, slight change in plans, because I did remember that we had a giant tub of vinegar laying around the house from the previous owners. So since that is one of the other solutions for killing mold that I found, especially the white mold specifically that we have here, it said try pure undistilled vinegar. If that doesn't work, try a solution of bleach and water. I was just gonna go right for the bleach and water, and just because that seems to be the most surefire method, but since I have so much vinegar laying around here at hand, I have repurposed a different spray bottle, filled it up with vinegar, gonna go spray that on the affected, just the hardwood up here, maybe a small section in the basement to see how effective it is, while I try to get a hold of Phil and see if we can kind of come up with a larger scheme plan of attack for how exactly we want to handle this, since clearly our previous attempts have not necessarily been working.
Now, I'm not a huge fan of leaving the floors this wet because despite what some of you think, I do in fact limit the amount of water I expose my floors to, and I did end up going back with a rag and trying to soak up that extra liquid that was just sitting in the middle of each floorboard. But if you take like a longer term perspective on the matter, the mold is definitely going to be more detrimental to the house in the long run than a little bit of excess water. So, you just gotta pick your battles, lesser of two evils, that sort of thing.
Pretty sure I'm gonna get a lot of heat on this one. I can neither loosen it nor tighten it, which is not great because it's leaking. I'm a little bit sick of this saga already, and it's only just beginning because this crack does continue up. I could just keep on peeling off parts that are as big as my head. Here I have assembled but a small selection of the various lighting options that are just sort of sprinkled throughout this house. Alright friends, so I know that I don't usually do this type of video, but I just had the most amazing fun experience thrifting. I found so many secondhand goods for so cheap, from home improvement and hardware to home goods, linens, fabric, that sort of thing. So I thought, let's do a little haul video, except Shannon makes style, so nothing's new, everything is thrifted, everything is second or third hand, and it was all super cheap. So first things first, I think we need to get stuff in from the car. If you're new here, I'm Shannon Makes, and I recently bought a rundown fixer-upper in Nova Scotia, and I'm slowly restoring her to her former glory, with elbow grease, sweat equity, and a fair helping of determination, but all of this has left me on a pretty tight budget for my upcoming bedroom renovation. That'll do. Alright friends, ooh, sweaty, wow. Ooh, super red, wow. Okay, so I've got things sort of sorted out between home improvement stuff on one side and home goods aesthetics on the other side, and I'll just try to more or less bop back and forth, keep it kind of varied and interesting. So first up on the list is going to be these lovely planters. They kind of go in their category of their own because they're home and garden. But they're very fun. They have the like self-draining system in the bottom. They're a perfect size, and they're gonna go out on my front deck, which hopefully, fingers crossed, is going to get a slight makeover sometime in the coming months. I already have some cheap flowers picked out for them, so these super cute. Can't wait to use them. Also, $3 each. Then in the home linens section, first up we've got this absolutely adorable quilt that I've got going on here. I grabbed it because I am currently almost finishing up putting the touches on our upstairs bedroom, and the color theme I've got going on, there are a lot of colors in here that are super fun and cheerful, but there's a certain section especially that like really has the right colors. Plus, I'm an absolute sucker for this type of like quasi quilted blanket. I had a bunch in Denmark. I love them so much. I brought a couple back with me. So this is going to be going on the foot of our bed as it starts to get, you know, a little bit fresher out. On the home improvement side, I did grab this little tool here, which I don't know if this is actually what it's intended for, but I figured I could use it to do some scratch coats once we get to the point where we'll be doing plastering and or mudding. So probably cheaper than getting it in a store at $3.99, maybe not, but it was there, so I grabbed it. Next up is just a general category of home linens for our bed. The only thing that's worth mentioning is that I happened to find separately the fitted sheet and the flat sheet in the exact shade of gray blue that matches our duvet cover, which has been a very, very tricky shade to match as it turns out. So grabbed both of those, and then also grabbed a green sheet that matched as well while I was there. Nothing super exciting unless you're in the middle of redoing your bedroom and you find the perfect linens. Sound off in the comments if mundane things like this just sometimes can make your day. Then if we dig on over in this bin, grabbed a handful of extension cords because you can always use more extension cords, especially in a house where you have 4 fans and 2 dehumidifiers going in the basement, which is currently taking up all of our extension cords. So now I've got a few more. They were all between $3 and $4 each a pop. Pretty good price. I don't mind paying that much for some extension cords. Ooh, last up on the bed linens, I swear, and that is that we now have a box spring. I haven't had a box spring ever in my adult life, so now I have one, and I had to get one of those. I don't even know what they're called because I'm too young. Dust ruffles? I don't know. It's supposed to cover your box spring, and it doesn't necessarily match, but it doesn't clash with the rest of the linen, so I grabbed it. Gotta make that bedroom aesthetic, right? Then next up over here, super excited about this, another very mundane object. It's a package of light switch covers and outlet covers, which is very fun because I'm sitting in the absolute wrong room because this room has all of the outlet covers, but many around the house don't. These are super plain and boring and absolutely nothing special. However, eventually when I get around to upgrading them, I can upgrade them, but in the meantime, it's gonna be nice to kind of cover the eyesores. And it was only $5 for what looks like maybe 15, 12 or so of these. Really good deal in my book. Also in the strange $5 bag category was this bag of miscellaneous hardware, zip ties, which is always useful, but the main reason I got it was for that painter's tape. So $5 for a bunch of zip ties and some painter's tape. It's a pretty good deal. Painter's tape can be quite expensive. Digging out the last of the fabric related items, grabbed a couple curtains that are just going to end up being made into a jumpsuit because I need more work clothes that are kind of cute. I'm on a jumpsuit kick lately, and these are a linen cotton blend. I do believe they're IKEA, but it was fun because they're all natural fiber. So gonna have a fun little sewing project on my hands pretty soon. And a second little bag of outlet covers. This time it's purely outlet covers, no light switch covers. Again, $5 for the whole bag, and you can see there's a crap ton in there. I think there's probably, again, yeah, 12, 15 or so in there. Not bad. Next up, people who live in drafty old houses will probably appreciate the foam weather stripping and the window insulation kits. These we have been putting on our windows in Montreal every winter for the past, since we lived in our apartment, so like 8 or 9 years. Been putting these up and they work pretty well. I mean, it's not as good as having windows with an R factor higher than like 2, but still, and the whole package was $3. It does 3 windows, so I figured for $1 a window, why not? Let's do it. Then let's see if I can pull these out of the bag for you here. For a grand total of $3, a massive assortment of knitting safety pins, stitch holders. I guess you would call these stitch holders. You know, when you need to like put a section off to the side and come back to it later, you have these absolutely giant safety pin-esque things. Okay, I was just editing that bit of the video and realizing that I sounded a little bit like a nincompoop who has no idea what I was talking about. And it's just because I was not being good with words, but I do know how to knit. I do use these stitch holders, and to prove it, I've gone ahead and knit an entire sweater. Okay, that's maybe obviously a bit of an exaggeration. I did not do it for this video, but I did do it in real life. I am working on a sweater, and I'm gonna use it here partially to brag and to show off how nice this sweater is turning out because I'm very happy with it, but also to show you the function of these needles, because look, here they are. Got it here. This is actually the back. And once I got to the collar point where it's gonna need to be joined, I just threw those stitches on a little stitch holder. Same thing with the sleeve. I got one sleeve. This is how far I got this winter while we were working on the house. I managed to get half a sweater knit, so could be better, could be worse. I was a little bit busy. So there's the sleeve here, and you can see I've also got the stitch holder right there. And once I finish the other sleeve and the front, then I'm gonna pick up all these stitches here that are all being temporarily held on these giant safety pins, and I'm gonna knit it all together around the sleeve. So yeah, there we go. Just wanted to come in and show you that this is actually, I do know what I'm talking about, and I have actually been using them, and they can be quite pricey, honestly. So I'm really glad that I grabbed these because I think I got about 5 or 6 for the price of one, if even. So there we go. Lovely sweater, and back to the rest of the video. So there was a whole bag for $3. I got 6, 7, 8 of them of varying sizes, and I do knit when I have the time, so great deal. Also, cute little fern candle holder. I got it because this mustard yellow is the exact yellow that's going on in our bedroom right now, and I have a candle I can put in it. That's going to be just a nice little decor object. Then over here, not particularly aesthetic, but incredibly practical for the moment, and that is just those sort of protective film drawer liner situation things. I got this because if you have seen the bedroom video, if it is out yet, you will know that the dresser that I intended to put in there is actually turned out to be far more disgusting than I had anticipated. Ugh. And had a lot of, let's just say, rat droppings in a lot of the drawers and smelled like mold. So that project got stalled out. We will be coming back to it later. In the meantime, I had to go out and get another dresser, and the drawers of both dressers sat out in the sun for the last 3 days with some baking soda in them. And the drawers of the clean dresser will be lined with this. The drawers of the moldy dresser will be, you know, treated further and more appropriately. But again, it was $3 for 3 rolls of this. That was kind of cute. Also, the rest are just plain, clear, very practical. Also can be used in the kitchen drawers where the same issue happened. Those drawers were nasty, and I don't particularly feel like using them, but maybe if I line the drawers with something so that, you know, feels a little more sanitary, even though I did scrub them down, I promise. If you made it this far in the video, I just wanted to say a giant thank you for sticking around and for watching my content, even if it is not 100% strictly making progress on the house
content, because I don't know if all of you have been noticing, but I do know some of you have been noticing because you've been commenting on it, but I've started putting the editing times at the very end of the video, so you'll see the little tag there with how long it took me to edit each video, and if you go and look, you'll notice that generally speaking, it takes about an hour to edit 1 minute of footage, which means I'm spending well over 24 hours editing each one of these videos that you're watching, and that's purely the editing process. That's not the filming process. That's not the dealing with transferring all the footage onto the computer process. That's like literally just me with my editing software open, clacking away at things and that whole artistic process. So if you'll notice at the end of this video, the editing time is significantly shorter, and it was honestly, it's just a relief every now and then to get out a video that's a little bit easier for me personally on my end, and they don't always do as well in the algorithm. So if you're here watching me and supporting the channel, boosting the algorithm, I just wanted to say a huge thank you because I really appreciate it, and it does give me a little bit of very much needed time to kind of catch up in my life. So thank you very much, really, really appreciate it. Back to the rest of the video. Then the ever so practical, can never have too many of these in this house, broom and dustpan. Again, $3 for the set, super practical. We have a lot of brooms around this house, but we only have one working dustpan, so now we have 2 working dustpans. The next 3 items are all lighting options. And again, as I've been going through trying to finish our bedroom, been collecting lamps from all over the house, and well, there's a whole segment in another video on it, but basically absolutely none of them, and there are a crap ton of them. I only grabbed a small sample in this shot here. Only a couple of them are even vaguely my taste. So while I was not looking for lamps necessarily while I was there, I was mostly just keeping my eye out for a halfway decent, nondescript lampshade. I did find a couple lamps that I really actually liked, so I grabbed them because they were all, you know, less than $10. So here's this cute little one. Actually, that's the one that this goes with. There you go. It fits kind of the color scheme of the bedroom. Could be Phil's, you know, Phil's nightside table. So grab that one. That's the one I'm the least excited about. Then I grabbed this one because it's super cute. Really enjoying this. The cream is a really fun neutral color. It's gonna go well in the bedroom. This glass shade, I love the shape of it. I love that it's like kind of whimsical, a little touch of like feminine, but for some reason doesn't feel like too much. I don't know. Really fun lamp. So I grabbed that one. And then last but not least, I'm not fully in love with the actual lamp shade on this, but again, it can always be changed out. I mainly got it because the base is so cool. And of course you can't, there we go. Now you can see it. Basically, oh, it weighs an absolute ton. Basically, it reminded me a little bit of like Streetlight in Paris. I don't know. Not really, actually, but like it's got those vaguely Art Nouveau lines on it. Now it is broken here. Like this is not supposed to be hanging loose. It's this joint here is broken. Which honestly, I actually kind of like the fact that it's hanging straight down because otherwise it would be at like this very extreme angle that I don't love. I don't know. But either way, I can probably fix it if I want to fix it. Otherwise, I might just leave it hanging because I kind of like the way it looks hanging too. This one, probably because it was broken, was actually the cheapest. It's $8 and it feels like it's made out of freaking lead. It's so heavy. This is not going to be for the bedroom. This is going to be for any other room that needs a lamp because 1, it doesn't fit the aesthetic. 2, it's way too big. 3, we don't need lamps in there. I got a couple lamps in there. Then the last thing on the list is this carpet that I've got behind me. Originally, I thought this was a great deal. Then I discovered that it might actually not have been such a great deal. I don't know, you tell me. It was $25, which I was like, I've been looking at rugs on Marketplace and they're all minimum $40 for the most part, especially for a rug this size. And the colors look like they could potentially work in the bedroom, and even if they don't, I know that come winter we're gonna want a lot of rugs just for like the insulation factor, comfort factor. So I'm just kind of snatching up rugs whenever I see them on a good deal. Thought this one was a good deal, and then as I was carrying it in, I realized that here's the outside edge, but the inside edge that's rolled up, it's like raw, it's cut. Someone cut this carpet.
I'm not sure why. It looks like it's cut the whole length. We'll investigate once I open it up. I actually haven't seen what this rug looks like yet, other than like literally just this little corner here. So I am very excited to open it up, see what in fact it looks like, see how big it is. And honestly, I'll just put the end that's cut. I'll probably stitch it closed by hand and then tuck that part under the bed or somewhere where no one's gonna see it, and it's gonna have the same insulation factor regardless. I do just kind of wish I had discovered it beforehand and seen if maybe they would give me a little discount on it, but I don't know. What do you say? Let's open this up and see how she looks. So first impressions are that this probably is not going to work in the bedroom. It's not really the right colors now that I have it all open and can look at it in its entirety. Actually, looking at it, it might go pretty well in this room here. It's like got a lot of teals, pinks, and yellows, whereas the bedroom is more like dusty blue, rich greens, reds, almost jewel tones. So I think actually looking at it that it might work really well in this room because it's gonna pick up the pinks from these absolutely ginormous lamps and the yellow from the couch. So this rug might actually stay living in this room. Looking at the pattern on it, it looks like they cut off only about 1.5 feet max, which it's still a shame, but at least it's still a fairly large rug. Also, it's really comfortable. Like, it's got this really thick nap that's like very cushiony and quite comfortable to walk on, especially because I just realized I'm also walking on the yoga mat. But if I step off to the side and I'm not walking on the yoga mat, it's still really comfortable. So that's good news. I definitely think it's a shame that it was cut off, but it was still a really good price. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's the, oh, money. Let's go. How much did this all cost? That's the question. Let's go find out. So everything in this video that we just looked at came out to a grand total of $113.12. Da, 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 da. Which honestly feels like a really good price, all things considered. Like, if I was to buy just the sheet set, like the fitted sheet, the twin sheet, and let's say the 2 curtains, like right there, that alone easily could have been $120, especially because I think these are actually IKEA. And I got way more than that. I got the carpet, I got the lamps, I got all of the hardware, which is gonna come in so useful. So anyway, if you join me for this fun little video, I think it's gonna be a kind of cute little Easter egg hunt now in the upcoming videos. Each time you see me actually take something from this video and use it in the house, you're gonna be like, oh, I remember where she got that. That's always kind of fun. It's gonna be fun for me to go back and watch as well. So thank you so much for joining me on this kind of goofy, funny, thrifted haul video. Like I said, I don't do a whole bunch of these, but I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly had fun making it. So thank you for watching, and I'll catch you in my next video. And now I'm gonna go take all those linens and start to do up my bedroom, and I'm so excited because it's gonna look so pretty. Gonna look so pretty. Canel's looking at me like I'm insane, which I kind of am. It's fine. It's fine. I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Okay, so mold update, basement situation recap.
Quick summary for those of you that are new here. We'd bought this house sight unseen, knowing that the basement was full of junk, but when we arrived, it was also flooded. So after many, many days of clearing it out, throwing away a ton of stuff, and installing a temporary sub pump, we thought we'd manage to get the moisture under control. Until last week's episode where I found mold pushing through to the hardwood floors upstairs.
After having discussed the situation with Phil, we decided for a 2-prong attack, and pretty sure I'm gonna get a lot of heat on this one, pun fully intended, because we decided to get a propane heater, which generally speaking is meant for outdoors, and try to use it to just dry the heck out of the basement. That being one prong, the other prong being, as you can see behind me, a crap ton of fans. So first located a propane heater on Marketplace, drove out way longer than I would have liked to go get that, and then brought it back. The guy was quite nice. He made sure it was working for me. He was a machinist, so he had been using it regularly. Then I came back home and plugged it in this morning, and just out of an abundance of caution, I decided to test, make sure there weren't any leaks, and fun fact, there's a leak on the hose in this little joint here. And unfortunately someone jammed thread lock in that joint, so I can neither loosen it nor tighten it, which is not great because it's leaking. So trust me, I'm sure there are some of you out there who are planning on mansplaining me this situation, but I put my big brain on, went through all the possible options, called up Phil. He went through all the possible options. We concluded, since there are no replacements available in any of the hardware stores within a half-hour drive of here, the next best solution is going to be to just get some epoxy and just slather it around that joint. Since the piece is never going to be unthreaded anyway because of that thread lock, I literally can't undo it or tighten it, anything. There's nothing lost. So we're gonna just try and plug the leak with the epoxy, then use the propane heater with, again, an abundance of caution to try and dry it out. It will only be running when I can supervise it, when I'm home. It's not gonna be running overnight. It's not gonna be running when I leave the house, but we need to dry this basement out, and just purely circulating air is probably not going to do it, and it's definitely not going to do it at a rate that is going to be effective for us. Then I went and literally bought out all of the supply of fans in my area. I now have 4 giant ventilators, fans in English, and I'm just going to strategically place those around the basement, 2 in each half, and try to circulate more air. Hopefully it's going to be warm air at this point. And we're gonna hope that that does the job, because if it doesn't, I am not sure what the other options are. Superficially, on the top, you saw me yesterday, I did spray it down with vinegar. I scrubbed it off wearing, full safety gear and everything. So that went fine, but that's kind of just putting a band-aid on the problem. It's not really fixing the source of the problem. Hopefully this here will fix the source of the problem. Also, actually, super excited about this. This whole shenanigans has dragged out for the past day and a half. I have spent the entire last day and a half driving around, picking things up, trying to find solutions, fixing ridiculous nonsense. However, the one good thing to come out of this was that while I was picking up all of these fans, I found some exterior paint on sale. Somehow it's a mist tint, even though it's basically just white. So instead of being, $50 to $60 for this gallon of exterior paint, it was $19.99, which is super exciting because I've kind of been holding off on redoing the outside front deck until I could get some paint. And honestly, $70 of exterior paint was literally not in the budget at this moment. So when I saw 20, I grabbed it. So really excited about that. Slightly less excited about getting the mold under control. I mean, I am. It's just like, I'm a little bit sick of this saga already, and it's only just beginning.
Now, when we cut down all those trees a few episodes back, we didn't really do much with the trimmings. The larger portions of logs were dragged into the general vicinity of our backyard, where they were kind of vaguely piled up next to the house, but that happened to be perfectly in the way for any work I wanted to do outside, so they definitely needed to be moved and stacked, because yes, don't worry, I will be saving them for firewood. After sweating my butt off for hours in the sun, I decided to take a little break, come inside in the shade, and do some work on the bedroom. And at this point, I was basically just cleaning everything, the walls, the ceiling, the woodwork, the doors, in preparation for some paint. The more I start to clean this door, the more I cannot wait to get my heat gun and start stripping it down to the original wood because it's currently in such bad shape. There's paint chips missing everywhere. It doesn't close properly, although I will say that having just cleaned the edges of the door and the door frame itself already has helped a lot. So I can't even imagine once it's, you know, completely stripped down from what looks to be at least 4 coats of paint, how much better it's going to function and look. And I think it's just going to be absolutely stunning. It's definitely a solid wood door, high quality underneath all this paint. So one day I can just dream too. Eventually it's gonna be gorgeous, but for now the best I can do is just try and clean it up, make it look a little bit cleaner, try not to chip off too much paint as I'm sort of cleaning it off, but yeah, that's where we're at. So no sooner did I just finish telling you that I was going to leave the door as is, and then I went to shoot a little B-roll to show you what I was talking about and wound up with these absolutely giant paint chips in my hand that just peeled right off. So stripping the door might be actually a lot easier than anticipated. However, I'm still not going to do it, one, because I don't have my heat gun yet, that's in the mail, but also because I don't have my lead tests yet, those are also in the mail, and while I don't think there's any lead paint in this outermost layer, there's quite a good chance that there might be some in some of the, you know, layers that are hidden underneath, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. So as much as it is absolutely tempting to me to continue peeling this flaking paint away because this crack does continue up, I could just keep on peeling off parts that are as big as my head, I'm going to refrain and wait and test them, make sure that there's no lead in them before I, you know, do anything rash, because safety first, right? But in the meantime, these cracks are just taunting me. Well, friends, this actually segues really nicely into a segment that I've been wanting to do for a little while now, and that is to say a giant thank you to everybody who bought something off of my Amazon wishlist, including a ton of lead cartridges, filters for the mask, and a whole bunch of other types of filters as well. So we will both be well protected going forward. So thank you so much. We're super safe, and I was blown away by the response to that video and to the wishlist concept. So if you purchase something off of it, just a huge thank you. Please know that it really meant something to me. I was so moved, and it came at a moment in my life where I was having like a really tough few weeks, from family medical emergencies to unexpected dental work to then I lost or had stolen my phone with 4 years of footage and memories and photos on it that I did not have backed up on the cloud. And trust me, lessons were learned there. But just having this overwhelming rush of support, so many people like literally demonstrating how far y'all are willing to go to support the channel and the project and just become a part of this house's history and renaissance, was really honestly incredibly overwhelming and came at a very good time when I really needed that pick-me-up. So a huge thank you to everybody who contributed. If you'll indulge me for a split second with a little bit of story time, we were driving from Nova Scotia back to Montreal for a short visit, personal reasons, and we stopped at this tiny little town to gas, stretch our legs, and let Canel run around a little bit. And we were there for maybe 20-30 minutes max, and then we got back on the highway, and within a few seconds I realized I didn't have my phone. So we turned around and then spent the next 2.5 hours scouring the town. We only stopped in 2 places, and we went over our entire path. Like, we retraced our steps so minutely, and in the end we didn't find it. I don't know if I lost it. It is possible it was stolen. There was one moment where that could have happened, and like I said, I didn't have anything backed up, and I lost so many memories, so many photos, a lot of footage from the house, like months of footage from the house that I now can't make videos about, including a bunch of footage for a sponsorship that I'm probably gonna lose. So that really hit me. I've never lost a phone before, and yeah, that was really rough. So bringing it back to the wish list though, then we continued on. We had about 3 more hours till we hit Montreal. I was in such a funk during those 3 hours, and then we walked in to our apartment, and my friend had dropped off all of the packages that everybody had bought from the wish list. And let me tell you that physical manifestation of everybody's generosity and support and love, it was exactly what I needed. Like, it ripped me out of my funk. I was so cheerful. It was just a great reminder of how much love and support there is, and also that there's so much more work to be done on the house. Like, even if I lost a bunch of footage from the past, it's okay. There's gonna be so much more going forwards. So if you were somebody who purchased something off that list, just a giant thank you to you. I did have some concerns because I was reading when I was researching this that the little messages that you can leave, apparently there was a problem for a while where they weren't all getting through and people were just receiving all these packages anonymously. And I want to say I'm super happy. Everything so far has come through with a note, with the exception of 2 products. And honestly, that could just be from people who didn't leave a note or wanted to be anonymous, which I totally respect. So I'm very excited for this. As we start to use these in videos going forward, which probably won't show up on the channel for a few months at this point, but I will try to do little shout outs. I have actually been taping everybody's little note to the product, and so I'm hoping to give everybody a shout out, just again to say a thank you. We love the support that this community has shown us. Oh, Canal, I do have a message about the products for Canal, so one sec. Let me get her for her cameo. You're needed on screen, come here. Denizens of YouTube want to see you. There we go. So originally I did not put anything for Canal on the list because I didn't want, that felt indulgent. Like, I kind of wanted to try to keep it to necessities, but then I had so many people ask what they could get for Canal that I did finally add a couple things onto the list for her, and there were some problems. They did not arrive to the Canada address. They do seem to have come through to the US address. So I know some of you asked for a corgi unboxing video for all of her snacks, and oh, thank you. I want to assure you that that is coming. It's just not this moment because I need to wait till the next time that I go to the States to pick all that up. And then there will be all of the corgi snacking content that your heart desires. So Canal also says a big giant thank you to everybody for all the support and snacks. Bisous. Oh, thank you. So thank you so much for all the support and love, and it's really, really appreciated. So I've had a lot of questions both here and on Instagram about how the dump system in Nova Scotia works, because apparently not everybody has a similar setup. So here's a quick rundown. Basically, you go and pay to drop off your garbage. This is the same place that our dumpster guy dumped the giant 16-foot dumpster we rented, and I've even run into him there before because you better bet we're frequent flyers there. And actually, fun fact, the only place we've been recognized from the channel was at the dump, which I found very fitting, although to be fair, it was actually Canal that they recognized. And if you're still watching the channel, hello, very nice to meet you. I hope your own house is coming along swimmingly. But anyways, it's a fairly simple process. You pull onto the giant scale as you enter. They mark down your weight and what kind of garbage you're dumping, and then you pull up to the dumpsters and empty your car. There's different categories of garbage like household waste, hazardous waste, fridge drop-off, construction waste, and they're all charged at different rates. So you unload your car into the proper dumpster, then you go weigh your car again on the way out, and they'll just bill you according to the difference in weight. If you have more than one type of garbage in your car, you have to kind of do the whole circuit multiple times, dumping only one category of garbage each time, and then that way they can make sure they charge you accurately. They do have a strict non-scavenging policy, which, as you've already seen, I blatantly disregard whenever people throw away perfectly good things, but based on my comments, I'm not the only one here who does so. So let's talk lighting. And as you can see behind me here, I have assembled but a small selection of the various lighting options that are just sort of sprinkled throughout this house. I actually tried to take you along with me as I collected some of these, but most of them came from the attic, and it is so hot in the attic right now that it actually corrupted my SD card and I lost all of that footage. So please enjoy. Here is what I came up with. And the first thing that stands out to me, at least, is that the person who formerly owned this house had very different taste than I did. Everything is very floral, very feminine, what I would consider very over the top. Nothing that's quite standing out to me as loving this aesthetic. The other thing that stands out to me besides the aesthetic is that a lot of these options are really, really big, and I don't want something big. I want just like a small bedside light that's not going to take up a lot of space. It's not going to be obtrusive. So in these small options, there are basically only two. One is this guy right here, which the size is perfect. The aesthetic is really not my thing. The other option, slightly larger, but significantly more my aesthetic, is this guy. It's just this plain glass and what looks like brass maybe fixture. Definitely, like everything else in this house, needs a good scrub down, but that is the current plan. Also, I found one other super cool little find in the attic. Not exactly a bedside table, but check it out. It's super, super cool. It looks very much like an Art Deco style lamp. While it's probably not original to the house, there's a very good chance that it's super old. And it's in pretty good shape. So I cannot wait to eventually clean this up and use it somewhere in the house, because I think it's probably really cool, and it probably gives some really cool shadows too. If anyone has any tips on cleaning this up without harming the finish on the metal, please feel free to leave me a comment, because I love the patina. I don't want to do anything to damage it, but it does need a significant clean. That's for sure. Moving on. All right, friends, it is time for another patron question, and this one comes from Lala Pants, who wants to know if there's anything in particular about the house that I am eager to restore. And let me tell you, there is so much that I am eager to restore that it could be an entire video in and of itself. But let's do the Cliff Notes version here. I have a small little list ahead of me, and let's quickly run through them. So first up on the list, learning how to plaster, replacing the plaster work in some of these walls. It might be that I do a couple walls and decide that I don't need to do the rest of the patches in the house with real plaster. It can be drywall. But for sure, there are some sections in the house where I think it would be lovely to replace the plaster with actual real plaster. Plus, I do think that plaster has several benefits over drywall. Can get into that later, but for now, Cliff Notes version. Then the next item on the list is seeing if the woodwork can be stripped, or rather seeing if it should remain stripped, because I know I'm capable of stripping the woodwork. But I have heard that in houses of this era, particularly the Dutch colonials, which is pretty much what my house is, that they were often constructed with inferior woods that were always intended to be painted. Although it would be nice just to get all of the millions of layers of paint off of them so that you can really see the details in this trim work, because it is stunning, but also a little bit hard to make out at some points. Next up, the marble fireplaces, one of which we have behind us here. Now, if you have been following along on the episodes, you will know by now that I found one other fireplace surround in our attic and discovered that it was this gorgeous black marble with these streaks of other color running through it. And that makes me think, because it matched these ones, that under all this white paint, it's probably black marble under there. And I have been considering whether I want to strip back some of these fireplaces here. I think it would be a lovely tribute to the original feature of the house. At the same time, I do totally understand why somebody painted them white. First of all, I love how it makes the cast iron black surround pop. I think that's actually a really cool feature. Not to mention that black marble is very somber, it's very dark, so you would need to decorate the rest of the room accordingly, and I'm not certain that I necessarily want to go there in all the rooms, but maybe in one or two it could be kind of fun. Next on the list is redoing the wood floors eventually, assuming that they have another sanding left in them, because I'm not an expert, but looking at them, I do think they have another sanding at least left in them, and also judging by the rest of the house and how much, or actually how little, it's been renovated throughout the years, I'm kind of inclined to think that I have at least one more sanding left in them. A decision I might regret once I'm in the middle of it and, you know, just up to here in sawdust, but for now I'm looking forward to it. Then, while we're speaking about original woodwork, there are the picture rails. Now we have original picture rails in one room, the room on the other side of this, and it's quite possible that there are some in this room as well, but they would be above the drop ceiling. But even if there isn't, I'll probably just install some because they are clearly original feature. They definitely go well with the age of the house, and I love picture rails. They're stunning, they're so much fun, so definitely gonna get the picture rails, and then probably gonna get the fun little picture rail hooks that go with them that are just, they have some very cute options out there. Maybe I could learn to make some more as well. Yeah, looking forward to that. So that basically sums up most of the features that I'm the most looking forward to redoing. Be sure to let me know which ones pop out the most to you, which ones are the most interesting from your perspective. Maybe there are some things in the house that you are thinking of that I haven't even thought of. Maybe I just forgot them and will remember them instantly once I turn the camera off. But that's kind of what I got for the moment for you.
So having chosen the lamp that I really liked, I next sat down for a bit of lamp surgery. I basically took the lamp that I really liked, and then I found another one that I did not particularly care for, and I started to swap the wiring because I really wanted to use the lamp shade holding feature of the smaller lamp so that I could actually get a lampshade on this. But in order to get it off that lamp and then onto the lamp that I liked, I had to cut some wires, and it wasn't a big deal, but apparently now I'm an electrician. For real though, don't panic, I have some minor experience wiring things. This is not my first rodeo, and also rewiring lamps is actually quite easy, although I will say it's not as easy as in Denmark where the plugs are screwed together and they're super easy to dismantle, tweak, rewire, and then reinstall. You just screw them back together, but I digress. Now, in the end, I didn't end up using this lamp in the bedroom because it was just too tall. The furniture it was supposed to go on was sitting up against a slanted mansard wall, and the lampshade just kept hitting the wall because it was super tall and there was that angle. So I did end up scrapping it for the bedroom redo, but since I like it so much and I've kind of fallen in love with its simple elegantness and it has cleaned up really well, I will definitely be saving it for elsewhere in the house. And on the plus side, it now has a working lampshade. And welcome back to my channel, where it is finally here. The bedroom renovation, makeover, glow up, transformation, whatever you want to call it, we are about to do it finally. And I had so much fun with this, not just doing it, but also making the video about it. So I truly hope that you enjoy it as well. If you're new here, I'm Shanna Makes, renovation warrior by day, circus artist by night, and although this footage was shot last summer, at this point in the timeline, I'm in the very early stages of saving this 120-year-old house from demolition and collapse. Phil and I have spent the last 2 weeks emptying out the basement, assessing the state of the property, which we bought sight unseen, and clearing out a tiny portion of the antique stuffed attic, and now I'm alone at the house with the task of making just one room here clean and livable in the midst of what is otherwise a complete renovation zone. So let's go take a look at the room in question, go see what it looks like, and talk about how it is that we want to change and improve it.
So here's the bedroom as it stands. I haven't done anything to alter it or change it or try and dress it up for you. Honestly, there's not much dressing up that can be done at this point because it's pretty rough. So let's take a look. So here we go. This is the room and its basic layout, very simple. We have a mattress on the floor because I don't have a bed frame or a box spring. This little pest came with the house. I have not been able to get rid of it. All it does is ask to be fed and insist that I throw things for it. Occasionally it lets me pet it. Other than that, let me know if you have any experience with these, how to get rid of them. Do I need to call an exterminator? Oh. Back to the room tour, we've got the mattress, which is on the ground. This mattress was picked up en route to the house, and it was free, so that was great, but it would be great to get it slightly off the ground. Then we've got the lovely eyesore that is the dehumidifier and air conditioning unit. That I'm gonna get rid of. We're gonna exchange it for a box fan, because then we can get rid of this whole ridiculous setup over here. Then what's serving as my dresser is my suitcase. And this, which is a tabletop from the attic that didn't have legs, so it's sitting on a Tupperware bin. So obviously this situation can be drastically improved. And if we turn and look at my closet here, scratch that, this video is already insanely long, so we're gonna save the closet for another time. If we just look at the walls, the paint is actually pretty darn cute. Someone clearly put a lot of effort into painting the walls. It's like this adorable cottagecore top of a castle wall type scene. We've got these cute little birds in here, but I know on camera it's actually looking pretty nice, but it's in really rough shape. Okay, admittedly, some of these cracks are just painted on. That's good news, but other ones are not. There are some massive holes in the plaster here. I've already started slowly patching them, but a lot of them are quite deep and are gonna take a lot of coats. Plus, there's just this general level of grime and dirt on the walls. Like, they're pretty nasty. You don't actually want to touch them or rub up against them. So a lot of things that can be improved. Also, if we take a look at the floors here, they're this lovely greenish color. I'm thinking that that was hopefully done the same time that the rest of this paint job was done, because then it's probably not gonna have lead in it. But I did order several lead tests because it was Amazon, so it was the same price for 60 as it was for 15. So I have a ton of lead tests coming and we are going to be testing this either way. Not going to be doing too much with it other than covering it with a rug probably. If we come over into this corner behind me, you can see I've been I've been testing out some paint colors. So the large green comes from a mist tint that I got from a huge reduction at the hardware store. I saw the little sample paint swatch on the lid and thought, hey, that could be a pretty cute color. And at the moment, I love the way it looks. I think it's a great color, but I'm actually not sure that this is the correct color because as you can see here, when I went to open the lid and mix it, it clearly is clumpy and definitely needs to be shooken up. So I'm actually gonna take it back to Canadian Tire and ask if they can shake it for me, and hopefully that gets rid of all the clumps and stuff, and then I'll do a second sample just to see if this is actually the true color or if mixing it actually changed its color, which it might have. And then around it here, I've got a selection of other paint swatches just to see what goes with it, because I'm thinking I'm gonna do a green accent wall somewhere here, and then the rest of the walls are gonna be just some basic light color that, you know, I can easily match other stuff with. One thing I do need to keep in mind is that I probably will not be painting the door or the wood trim, and I also probably won't be stripping them at this point. I know that I want to strip them and bring them back to the original wood eventually. It's a bigger scope than I want to tackle right now. This is kind of a band-aid. Let's make this room cute and workable and inhabitable, but not perfect, not the final product. Don't have time for that right now. So just keeping in mind that whatever paint color I choose for the rest of the room, it just needs to not entirely clash with the current color of the trim in here, because that's going to be staying, even if it means that I do have some cute little leaves in corners of my doors and trim, which honestly is fine with me. It's pretty cute. So the game plan for the moment is going to be to run to the hardware store, get them to shake my paint, grab some primer and also TSP, which is the cleaner that I like to use for washing all the walls in preparation for painting. Then also have to move all of the stuff out of here into the other bedroom. I spent all of this morning cleaning that bedroom out because, whew, let me tell you, it definitely needed it. It was disgusting. So gonna relocate all of this stuff into the next bedroom. Then I can start properly prepping this room for the cleaning. That's the game plan.
If you're not caught up on the previous house videos, maybe you're new here or this is the first video of mine that you've seen, by the way, welcome. I will recommend checking out all of the previous episodes in this house series because you'll get caught up on more of the story surrounding the current state of the house and the previous owners, but also you'll get some other fun pieces of the puzzle that I don't touch on in this video, like where I got the dressers, background on paint colors, design choices, my struggles with the secondhand market and trying to furnish this room, things like that. And if you are all caught up on the videos, I do hope you enjoy seeing all of those little elements from the previous videos coming together finally in this one culminating video.
So now that this room is all cleared out, we've got a really good look at this sort of window into the past, and that is the original wallpaper for this room, or at least so I believe. I think it's original because it's right against the raw plaster. There's no other paint or anything on the plaster. It's just this wallpaper, and from what I've read, that's not unusual for this time period. If you happen to be a historical wallpaper expert, please feel free to let me know if this looks like an appropriate motif for roughly 1902, but that's my best guess. And the reason that this was the only place where it was preserved was obviously because the radiator was here blocking access to it. So when people went later on to paint the room, they were able to paint the entire room except for this little area. Fun little discovery, really fun to get a look into the history of this house, and yeah.
The first step in repairing the wall was finding all of the drywall screws that were starting to pop out and sinking them back in, then patching the holes that were left behind.
But I was like, I'm gonna do every single thing that I'm interested in, and I'm just gonna see where it goes. Oh, that's great. Yeah. What was that day like when you decided, fuck this job, I'm leaving?
Now, if you've been here a while, you might remember that I do often work in silence for hours on end, but I have recently started listening to a couple podcasts, mainly Ologies and You're Wrong About, and I am on the hunt for more, so if you have some favorite podcasts for me, be sure to throw them down in the comments because I have a ton of hours of monotonous labor ahead of me.
Well, it probably comes as no surprise to anyone that this is taking way longer than expected, in part because it's taking a lot longer for my spackling to dry than anticipated, probably because it's quite humid out, I'm not sure, but I've got the DAP spackling that it starts pink and then it turns white once it's ready to be sanded and or have a second coat added, so it's not my imagination, it really is taking a long time to dry. If there's one theme, it's that things always take longer than I anticipate, so who knows, we'll see. Wish me luck.
This is the first test of the infamous scaffolding that caused such a big delay when we were in Halifax, and now we're about to see if it was all worth it.
That's our problem. Nice. Could be lower. It's gonna do. It's gonna do for now. Wow, it is so echoey. Apologies. I've only been up here for maybe 15 minutes and already I have some first impressions. First of all, this staging, absolutely worth the time and hassle and money that we went to get it, because it is going to be invaluable for reaching these 9-foot ceilings. Second of all, it's been a long time, if ever, since somebody has cleaned this section of the wall, which I can't blame them because, as you can tell, it's kind of a hassle to get to. And third, like, what? I'm just a little bit shocked by how dirty it is in terms of, like, what is this? Is this pizza up here? Like, I can't even tell, but it's really dirty, and I'm definitely glad that I brought the scrub brush up here, because I am 100% gonna use it on the pizza and the dog hair that got painted in. Hashtag relatable. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one who paints dog hair into their walls. Immortalized forever in the cloud. I'm not sure that's what Apple had in mind. Well, I just finished washing the one wall behind me here, and all of the wall, the woodwork, trim, doors, door frames, and the section of the ceiling that I could easily reach from the scaffolding, and that took me well over an hour, and I still have 3 more walls to go, plus the middle section of the ceiling. So I'm gonna be here for quite a while. And since watching me clean walls is probably even more boring than watching paint dry, let's just skip to tomorrow, when hopefully you can actually watch paint dry. Well, we are as promised tomorrow. However, one thing that I did promise is not going to happen, which is I'm not going to be priming these walls. Here, I'm just painting on top of paint. There is no need to prime it, especially considering how long I spent yesterday washing all of these surfaces. I did go in and just put a little patches of primer over the sections where I had filled in with the patching compound. So the walls are covered with some little white patches here and there, but I also realized I never really talked about how exactly I handled that section over there, because I did have to do something a little bit different over there. So let's go hop over there and I'll show you what I did. So the lighting over here is pretty atrocious, but as I already mentioned, this section is very, very messy because there are so many years and years of layers of paint that are covering the rest of the wall that are not covering this section where the radiator was, obviously because they couldn't reach it, and different paint jobs went to like different depths, and then there was a little bit of wallpaper here and there, and I did the best that I could. I got all the wallpaper, the very old wallpaper, off, but there's still wallpaper on the whole surrounding area. It is a coat of wallpaper, and that does stop. So there's a little bit of a kind of bump where that stops. And so what I did was I just took my patching compound and I tried as best as I could to sort of feather it out so that it was kind of a more gradual change between years and years and layers of wallpaper and paint to raw plaster. And now that I've got the coat of primer on, I can see that I did a really good job on this side and I did a very mediocre job on this side. So it's not perfect. Lessons were learned. When I come back and do this room again sometime down the road, I'll do it better. And the next things that I patch in the house will probably also be better because of this little section. But for now, it's gonna do. So basically, all the little patch jobs are in. Also this morning, I came in and cut in all the rest of the room, at least the walls that are going to be in the cotton color. So
all of the ceilings, all of the trim and doors, everything's been cut in with the paintbrush. So now all that's left is to go in with the roller and roll it. And I'm going to be doing that, I'm going to be doing that here and there throughout the day, a bit sporadically, because as you will see in another video, there is yet another crisis in this household. The crisis of the morning is mold, more mold, new mold remediation, dealing with that. So that is actually priority number one. But in between dealing with that, I will be popping in here to continue giving coats of paint until the whole room is nice and shiny and sparkly and looking new. So let's do a very quick, 15-second paint montage, and I'll meet you on the other side when the room is all done. Before I start moving any furniture in here, however, there is one giant thing that has been burning in my mind that I need to solve, and it is the question of this floorboard and what on earth is going on with it, because as you saw earlier, there's clearly something up with it. It's very bouncy and unstable. It's the only board in the entire room that's cut. All the other boards are continuous. They run the length of the entire room. This one, somebody cut and then tried to patch. Very mediocrely, I might add, and so now it's got that huge bounce. And I'm thinking that if we're gonna be in here on a pretty regular basis, it doesn't feel like a good idea to have a board that is this unstable. I weigh a lot, Phil weighs a lot. It feels like it's not great for the future of the health of this floor to leave this board like this. So the plan is to try and see if I can pry it up and figure out what the heck is going on. If I can get it up, I'd like to try and find a way to shore that board up so it's not so floppy, sort of stabilize it. So that's the plan of attack. I don't even know why it's like this, honestly. Originally, I was thinking maybe somebody cut it to get access to the electric for the light downstairs, but then having looked at the light downstairs, it doesn't seem like it's in the right place for that at all. So I'm not sure what's going on, but we're hopefully about to find out. So this ended up being basically a dead end. As I suspected, both layers of wood were cut through, but not on a joist, which is why they were bouncing around. And to fix the situation, I would have to basically tear both boards out completely and reinforce underneath them. And that was honestly just more work than I had time for. So instead, I decided to temporarily solve the problem with creative furniture arrangement. And this basically involved me dragging the bed frame upstairs and trying it out in every conceivable arrangement to see what would work best. So this was the first thing I tried, layout number one, and it left lots of room for opening the door and passing around the bed. There was lots of space for adding dressers on the opposite wall, but the bed frame did block one of the only outlets in the room, and it left the former radiator area really visible, which was something I was low-key trying to hide because I knew that that section of baseboard would be visibly different from the rest, and also the wall, as I discussed, is a little bit lumpy right there. It also put the leftover radiator pipes in a high traffic zone, which was not ideal. Layout number two saw the bed up against the mansard wall, which again left lots of room for dressers on the opposite wall, and both of the outlets were really accessible, but there was a lot of space wasted due to that slant of the wall. The wonky floorboard was right in the path of getting into the room, and the bed frame overlapped the window frame pretty significantly. Then again, this was the only solution that completely covered the trip hazard pipes and the ugly baseboard. Layout number three again left a good amount of walking space around the bed, made relatively good use of the slanted wall, had lots of dresser space and fully exposed outlets, and left a lot of space on either side of the bed. Did it hide the wonky baseboard? Not fully, but it still seemed like the best of the three options. So with the layout settled, it was time to start moving things in. Okay, so just got back from the hardware store where I finished picking up the lumber for my
temporary box spring platform bed solution. That's all out in the backyard getting ready to be cut down, but the sun is way too strong right now, so instead of giving myself heat stroke, I decided let's go tackle the curtain and curtain rod situation in the bedroom, because while I was at the hardware store, I also got these. These are toggle bolts, which should hopefully work quite well in my plaster and lath. Time to grab a level and a drill, some drill bits, and go hang this up. Please enjoy this footage of me trying to get a feel for the best placement of the curtains. Now, the ideal situation would be one that has the curtains both higher and wider than the window frame, but still lets the curtains kiss the floorboards, which all the design gurus promise me will make my room look taller and bigger. But working with the limitations of thrifted goods means compromise, and so my curtains don't even kiss my ridiculously tall baseboards. Then again, when you have actual 10-foot ceilings, it does seem slightly less important. Wow! Not bad. Moving on from the shock that my century-old windows were still somehow in level, I continued to hang my thrifted curtains on my thrifted curtain rod, and getting increasingly more excited to be able to move in and start using this bedroom. So the next step was adding some furniture into the room, and if you have seen the previous videos, you already know all about the dresser, you've seen me thrift this drawer lining, you know about the struggle with the box springs, but now that it was all installed, it was time for the corgi seal of approval. What you thinking? Huh? What you thinking? Hey? What'd you think about all that? Let's talk really quickly about rugs, because here's the thing. All of the interior design gurus that you're gonna see online, they're gonna tell you that you need a giant area rug that fits under your entire bed and then, you know, extends past it for a few feet, and I totally agree. That looks great. In a perfect world, that is absolutely what I would do, especially since the century-old pine floor in this room especially is incredibly sad and damaged. But the problem is I'm on a budget and a deadline, and I'm living in a province where the secondhand market is minuscule. The selection of cute, affordable rugs, even if I extend my search to, you know, an hour's drive away from me, it's nearly non-existent. And so instead I will be using a mixture of thrifted rugs and floor mats to sort of surround the perimeter of my bed in a manner that would probably make a proper interior decorator shudder. I did manage to snag this rug. It is a great color. I love the texture, and yes, it is far too small, but I don't even care. It is cute, it's bright, it's roughly the right color to fit in with the rest of the decor, and it's gonna keep my feet warm in the winter and splinter-free in the summer, which honestly, that's all I care about right now. Since this rug was by far the largest and cutest in my admittedly meager inventory, I decided that it should go closest to the door so it would be visible from the hallway, and from there I just had to try and position it so it would be useful when getting in and out of bed, but also trying to cover the most damaged sections of that oh so sad pine floor. Well, what can you do? The next furniture item I needed was some side tables, and for a house that came packed with junk and antiques, there were surprisingly slim pickings in the category of cute side tables. So one of them ended up being this little table that you see here. It came with the house. I think I found it in the kitchen originally, and it was actually surprisingly very similar to the other colors in the room, so I decided to use that one. And then for the other side of the bed, I went with this trunk, which you saw me struggling with before in the previous video,
and I decided that if I needed to move it into the other room, I was gonna have to empty it out because it was chock full of books. Then it was time for the final touches, and I fully admit that I did not do the best job of filming this because I was on a bit of a time crunch. I'm leaving tomorrow morning at like 4 in the morning to go back to Montreal. But this was definitely the best part, just hunting around my house for random things that I could repurpose and use to decorate. And it's also the part where things really start to come together and it started to look like a real bedroom. So this tray came from the attic and it's actually in really rough shape. It was pretty dirty and those little railings were falling apart in several places, so I gave it a gentle yet very thorough cleaning, and then I used it to create this little vignette moment on the dresser top, figuring it would be pretty safe here. Everything else you see came from around the house except the candle, which was clearly thrifted. This quilt was also thrifted, and so many of you commented on it in the very first video of the house series, so if you remember where you got it from, let me know because I absolutely adore it. Don't ask me exactly what I was thinking when I made this little corner or where the inspiration came from. I am definitely not 100% sure that it is the perfect solution, but it does add some eclectic character and warmth into the room. And here's where we see the first casualties of me losing my phone with all of my footage on it, because apparently I had never transferred the actual final reveal shots of the bedroom from my phone onto my computer, and they are now lost forever. So instead you get these somewhat measly photos that I managed to find. I know it's very much less than ideal, but life has handed me a lot of lemons recently, and this is the best I can do, so please enjoy this lemonade. All I can say is I wasn't about to scrap the entire video, which I think is a pretty good video for lack of final shots. We can also use some clips here to see what the room looks like. Now this is a bonus video that's up on my Patreon where I talk about everything that I like, love, and want to improve on in the room, so you can kind of see what it looks like now, and also, I guess, plug to become a monthly supporter so you can watch the whole video in its entirety. I do hope that you enjoyed the journey as much as the destination, and just know that it's incredibly satisfying to have one room that is clean and usable to come back and crash in after an incredibly long day of dirt and grime. So thank you so much for watching. Let me know what your favorite part of the renovation was in the comments below, and I'll catch you in the next video. Wow, you okay? Holy crap.